West Surrey Racing, Dick Bennett. So there they go. Two cars in which Ayrton Senna made his reputation. Bob Constanduros.
Well, yes, in the Formula Ford 2000, he did the European and British Championships in 1982, run by Russian Green, and he won 22 out of the 26 races that he entered. So that's a pretty high percentage. The previous year, he'd done 1981, he'd done Formula Ford, and he'd won the RAC and Townsend Torreson championships in the UK when he won 12 out of 20 races.
Yeah.
But after that, he returned to Brazil, and it was thought he was going to not do any more motor racing. He was going to join the family business and run that. But then he reconsidered while he was in Brazil and came back to race the Formula Ford 2000 car. And the next year, as you say, he joined West Surrey Racing, and Dick Bennett's ran that team. Dick Bennett's still running cars, of course, particularly in the British Touring Car Championship. And he dominated the first part of the Formula 3 Championship in 1983, but then Martin Brundle got quicker and quicker, and the pair of them had quite a tussle together over the championship. Ayrton won 13 out of 22 cars, and then there's the car, won the Macau Formula 3 race as well. So the kart, well, he had a kart from the age of about 8 or 9, I think. And when he raced, it was the DAP team at Interlagos. Age 13, he was racing in 1973, and in 1977 won the South American Kart Championship, and then raced in the World Kart Championship from 78 to 82, and was twice runner-up. Well, you can see just how basic that kart is.
Yeah.
It's being driven by Gabriele Bortoletto, the Formula 3 champion, and he's a McLaren Academy driver.
And he's appropriately, he's Brazilian. Well, they said the kart wouldn't get up the hill, but it obviously did. Owned by Zach Brown, part of his collection, the McLaren Racing team boss. And lovely to see it here. As you say, changed so much karts over the years. But three outstanding vehicles from the early part of Ayrton Senna's career around the circuit here. And yeah, he really did set the British tracks alight. And you're absolutely right, Bob, that, you know, we thought he might not come back, but did.
Yeah, exactly. That, of course, the Formula 3 car there is in Marlboro colours and Theodore Racing colours. That was the car he raced at Macau and won at Macau. That was the first Macau in Formula 3.
We got three more outstanding vehicles coming up. There's the little kart with, as you say, Gabriele Bortoletto is reigning Formula 3 champion, isn't he? But he had success in karts, both in Europe and America. And I believe he's managed by Fernando Alonso. So there, nice shot of that. And
yes, it's pretty basic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And cars warming up in the pit lane. Some of the Formula cars that we're now going to see.
Yeah, we're going to see the Tolman. Obviously, that's the first car that Formula 1 car that he raced. Not he tested. Williams were the first people to test him. And there is.
So it was very nice. Okay.
Well, he tested. He tested about 3 different Formula 1 teams for Williams, McLaren, and Brabham before he decided on Tolman. And Tolman, of course, was a relatively new team, very new team. And they brought Brian Hart into Formula 1. Brian Hart had supplied their engines in Formula 2, where they'd won the championship. And so they brought Brian Hart in, and he developed the 415, basically 4-cylinder, 1.5-litre turbo engine, but on a shoestring, because Brian had no major manufacturer behind him. Here is a brief rundown of Cristina Gutierrez, and she's driving that Formula Ford 2000 car and won the British and European titles in that car, Ayrton did.
We saw a very quick shot, didn't we, of Bruno Senna being strapped into the very significant 1990 McLaren MP4/5B, obviously Honda-powered car, in which Ayrton won the middle of his 3 World Championships. A car designed by Neil Oatley. They were changing designs around at McLaren at that time, but the 90 car was designed by Neil Oatley. He's still at McLaren to this very day.
I think it was due to come here this weekend.
Great enthusiast, a huge collection of books and motor racing paintings, does Neil Oatley. But we'll see that car in a little bit. They're giving us sort of nice laps around here, aren't they?
Yeah, now Bruno Senna now driving that McLaren.
Yeah, that McLaren in which he won 6 races and had 10 pole positions. Look at the beautifully clean lines of this car with its Honda R8 100E engine. That car won first time out, but great to see it here in the Marlboro, the Premier Cup Marlboro colour scheme. We're also going to be seeing a Lotus 97T in a moment, which will be the car in which Ayrton won the first of his Formula 1 races, and something was stopped there. And there is the Lotus 97T, car designed by lovely Frenchman Gerard Ducarouge, and with Martin Ogilvy. And that was a car in which Ayrton so famously won his first Grand Prix. Remember, Bob, in those appalling conditions at Estoril in the 21st of April 1985, and he won the race by over a minute. So won 3 races in this particular car. Took 8 poles, and it did see a bit of a renaissance of Lotus, Team Lotus, for a while, because they've been in the doldrums. And of course, he joined Lotus from Tolman, and we'll see the Tolman in a moment, I hope. Let's see, there's run by a chap called Alistair Davison, who's had it for ages, and being driven by Stefan Johansson. And there is a story there when we see this Tolman, because after Ayrton Senna came to my office and secretly signed his contract with JPS Team Lotus, Tolman were not happy. And so Tolman decided to stand Ayrton down for the Italian Grand Prix, and it was Stefan Johansson who took the car and indeed finished in 4th place. So,
well, of course,
and that was one of their best results, Tolman.
Of course, by then, well, the person who scored the best result was Ayrton Senna here at Monaco on an awful rainy, wet day for the Monaco Grand Prix in 1984. It was, I think, the 6th race in the championship, and Tolman had changed from Pirelli tyres to Michelin tyres. And in the race itself, Ayrton started 13th on the grid. He was up to 6th by lap 10, had a big moment at the chicane on lap 11, and all the time he was up into 3rd by lap 16 and 2nd on lap 19. All the time he was catching Alain Prost, who was in the lead by 5 seconds a lap, and the pair were being caught by Tyrrell driver Stefan Beloff.
And that car is here today.
Clerk of the course, Jackie Ickx, controversially hung out the checkered flag on lap 32 as the rain got heavier and as Prost was caught by Senna, but the order was taken a lap before as per the regulations, so the lead margin was officially 7.4 seconds. Controversially, because the act was thought to favour the Frenchman Prost, Ickx said better a lap early than a lap late.
Yeah. And that was a terrific race, and of course always there's speculation of what would have happened if it had gone the full distance. And would Senna have won the race, or would Beloff have actually caught him? Stefan Beloff obviously something killed, sadly, in a sports car. But it seems to me, Bob, that Tolman is not run. It's certainly not circulating as far as we can see. We're looking down into the paddock area, right at the far end, I think, of the pits. So Thierry Boutsen is driving the Lotus 97T. Thierry deals in executive jets for a living.
From Monaco, from literally one of these streets across the road from where we are.
And presume he's got a hangar somewhere as well, because he's the winner of 3 Grand Prix, raced for Benetton and obviously with Williams raced successfully. And yeah, absolutely lovely bloke. He's still involved in racing. His brother-in-law has a racing team. But I was doing a little bit of mugging up on his plane sales, but he's sold over 300 planes since he stopped racing. 164 Grand Prix Thierry competed in.
He's done a little bit of historic racing as well.
Has he? No, I didn't
recently.
Really, yes.
Yeah, for a long time, it was almost as though he resisted it. But he's now doing it. He's done a little bit of historic racing, not this weekend.
Yeah, remember him at One Le Mans in a factory Toyota having a huge accident. And just after the pits, I'm not sure if you were there that particular year. Well, great to see these 2 cars circulating. And so significant, the car in which Senna won his first Formula 1 race, that great Portuguese Grand Prix, and the car in which he won his middle world championship. And there's Bruno just on the power again.
Great to see the Lotus here, because I know it's very difficult to get a JPS Lotus. The checkered flag comes out for the end of their 4 laps, but it's difficult to get a JPS Lotus these days, one of the ex-Senna cars, so they've done very well to get this JPS Lotus here.
Well, that's the pull of Monaco, the pull of this fantastic historic race meeting here that's held every 2 years, but very significant, obviously, to reflect on the career, 30 years on, of great Brazilian Ayrton Senna. I think you got a couple of stories of your interaction with him, Bob.
Well, I just remember, for example, at Imola, another weekend, not the weekend that sadly claimed his life, being in a very, very modest little restaurant I was, and all of a sudden there was a bit of a commotion outside, and Ayrton and, I don't know, 3 or 4 mates walked in, and they were seated, but Ayrton was seated at one table on his own, and the friends were at another table and ordered food. Ayrton got out readouts from the team and pored over those readouts, looking at the settings, looking at the performance in relation to those settings, doing his homework, really working away and seeing what he had to do to the car to make it go quicker. After half an hour, he'd done the homework, and he joined his mates, and they carried on for the evening. Yeah,
I remember he used to do much longer debriefs than anybody else, but if you were really patient and you waited, and it would be 4 o'clock, and he'd suddenly come out of the debrief, well, by then a lot of the scribes had gone home and gone off to the bar, but if you waited, and I found this, he would give you a terrific interview, and he didn't give pat answers. You never knew quite what he was going to say, and he might go off on a tangent, but always very interesting. Just one other quick story. I once, at the end of that 90 season, was set to the next day to interview him in Australia, in Adelaide, and the interview was set. We had it all set up for Sky TV, and he didn't arrive, and actually arrived about 6 hours late, but by which time I was on a plane, but my producer, Diana Keane, used my question and got a fantastic interview. Where had he been? He'd been offered a ride in Australian Air Force F-16 jet. He thought it was a better deal to be interviewed by me.
Well, he was right.
He was absolutely right, of course. The whole point is we got the interview and I still have it, and very interesting stuff.
I remember the last words he ever said to me, and I was waiting outside his motorhome on that Sunday morning, and of course I was working for FOM TV, and they wanted to try and do an interview, and I said, well, I wasn't awfully certain if I could do it, but I wait to see. And eventually he came out of the motorhome and he looked at me at the Williams motorhome and he said, "You don't think I'm going to talk to you, do you?" And that was it.
Oh dear.
That was the end of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. So the cars all stopped on the grid.
Interesting, Bob. We just saw a quick shot of that Formula 3 car. It had the Theodore writing on it, on the very front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the kart taking up its position.
Yeah, shame the Tolman, because we know it's here because the owner of it is in our hotel and we spoke to him on Friday. So something's happened. I saw it down there, but they were always a bit temperamental, those Hart engines, weren't they?
Well, that was the problem, really. Yeah, it was severely underdeveloped. But actually, the owner has found one of the guys who worked for Brian Hart who can work on the engine and maintain it, which is a real piece of luck. But there are the 5 cars, the kart and 4 cars that have taken part in what was a great demonstration and a great moment to remember a great champion.
Sì, ormai tutte le misure che hanno partecipato a questa prova sono sfiorate sulla linea di partenza, ma purtroppo la cosa che non è riuscito a uscire dai box, quindi abbiamo una gara, naturalmente abbiamo la Lotus, abbiamo la Hart, e con la Forza alla linea né parte di utilizzo della sua carriera nel modo suo quindi adesso bisogna tutta la procedura con le foto, sulla linea di partenza, dove sono queste immagini con tutto quello che vogliono lavorare la grande con Senna, che porta sulla Ramadim con misura 1.15, poi la Ramadim è
again. There we go. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, then the highlights for Series D, the Grand Prix Formula One cars, 3 litres from 1966 to 1972. Very much a Brabham era and then Cosworth era, if you like. Not a huge entry, but a very star-studded entry in many ways. Monaco looking at its best, of course, around here. Tom Hartley Jr. in that march leading Adrian Newey in the Lotus 49B. Behind him, there is Adrian Newey, the world-famous designer, often thought to be the best designer in Formula One ever. And he is in that car, which he's driven before. He owns it. It was previously owned by Jeff Farmer. And, of course, Lotus 49B has won around here in the hands of Graham Hill back in period. So who's going to go quickest? That is the question. We've got some very fast drivers, including Michael Lyons here in this Surtees, owned by his mother, Judith. And it's one of the many DFV engines. This is not a DFV engine, however. The number 15 McLaren is, or is that 19? No, it's Adrian Fernandez in the BRM. That is not DFV. Adrian Fernandez, the Mexican ace, who has taken part in Champ Car. But we also have, of course, Lotuses as well in the field, and this is Katsuaki Kubota in his Lotus 72. And, of course, Lotus 72s were all conquering in the hands of particularly Emerson Fittipaldi, who won the championship in those cars. So the Japanese driver in that Lotus, he's driven that a lot. He's been very capable in that car. But heads into the pits. As I say, quite a small entry. There's this unique Ferrari Spezzaneve, it's called, means snowplow. And that was designed by Mauro Forghieri. It was very much a design exercise, and Forghieri was a fantastic engineer. Number 27 there is David Shaw in the Eiffelland. That was used to publicize Eiffelland caravans, would you believe? And it has a central mirror. That's what's in front of the driver. It wasn't an earlier version of the Halo, but it was a central mirror. It was this man, Michael Lyons, who was so quick throughout the session. And in number 22, Surtees, with the DFV engine again. Only the Ferrari and the BRM did not have V8 engines. Unfortunately, it was red flagged at the end because Katsuoka Kubota hit the barrier. But in the end, it was Michael Lyons who was fastest. I don't know when it's going to end, do I?
Qual è il problema che è arrivato soprattutto per la vettura che si è fermata? Grazie Ian, ormai mancano poco più di 5 minuti alla fine di questo turno.
Également, et derrière Kubota, point d'encore à la
Life to be restarted. So it's Andy Willis from Mark Shaw, Goodwood, Monaco.
Qual è il problema che è arrivato soprattutto per la vettura che si è fermata?
Avec le dossard numéro 32, c'est le Lotus 24 Extended Island également. Et derrière Goodwood, point d'encore à la
to be restarted. So it's Andy Rehearse from Mark Shaw, Monaco Grand Prix.
qual è il problema che è arrivato soprattutto per la vettura che si è fermata. voiture à 7e P4 5P. On va demander à ses grands.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Monaco for the 14th running of the Monaco Grand Prix Historic. Tremendous event here on the Riviera. I'm Andrew Marriott, with me Bob Constant-Juris. We are on qualification day. This afternoon we've got 3 more qualification events, and we start with something, Bob, just a little bit different, because it's sports racing cars from 1952 to 1957. Why sports racing cars? There's a very good reason.
Because the Grand Prix was run for sports racing cars in 1952, and therefore that's the reason they include them for this in this meeting. And we've also got a great field of cars, tremendous field of cars, of all sorts of cars as well. And as you say, they've got to be front engined,
yes,
but very few sports cars in those days were rear engine. So 52 to 57, as you say, and we've got a lot of them. They are widely spread: Lotuses, Maseratis, Fraser-Nashes, Listers, Ferrari, Jaguar, HWM, Cooper, a tremendous variety, Aston Martin, and more Maseratis, 1 or 2 oddballs, the Allard, of course, a couple of Listers, a Connaught, 2 Connaughts, the Kieft, but I don't think we'll see the Kieft because I think it had problems yesterday, an Oscar, a Veritas, a Pegaso, that had problems yesterday as well. So quite a variety of different types of car. So that's what we're about to see for 25 minutes of their qualifying.
Yeah, well, we've got the returning winner from the last race here 2 years ago, Fred Wakeman in the Cooper T38. And also the people that finished 2nd and 3rd 2 years ago. And we have plenty of great racing cars here. Back in the 2012, 2014, they had a win from Jenson Button's great mate Alex Buncombe in the C-Type Jaguar. And in 16 and 18, Chris Ward first in the C-Type and then in the Cooper Jaguar, he won. But Fred Wakeman, we think, could be one of the star runners in this. Fred Wakeman, managing director of Blue Endeavour Ventures, very successful historic racing driver. We got another chap called Richard Wilson in this, who always goes well, and won at the Goodwood members meeting with his 250S, very special Maserati, one of only 4. I think that will go well. We got the Spaniard Guillermo Fierro Eleta in his Maserati 300. That's a car which was previously owned by Mark Knopfler, and he won this event in 2021. So we got all the crack people that take part in this. But when we were watching in practice, Bob, yesterday, one of the star turns was the racing car and classic car dealer Gregor Fiskin, Scott. Done quite a lot of model racing, has Gregor, in Porsches, and he is always pretty quick, and he was looking pretty racy yesterday as well. So we'll see. He's in an HWM Jaguar. So yes, look at the fantastic shot of the harbour down here and the whole Monaco scene, the casino and the boats bobbing up down. The champagne corks must be popping, but not for us in this commentary box. We're strictly on water. As it says, sports racing cars, front engine, 1952 to 1957. They are split into 3 classes as well, so there's been some extra prizes. Cars with an engine capacity of less than 2 litres, cars with engine capacity of more than 2 litres and with drum brakes, and then presumably the faster ones, cars with a capacity of more than 2 litres with disc brakes. Of course, this was the period when disc brakes were coming in, and a lot of them tried out, actually not a brake company, but Dunlop Tyres, I think, were one of the first people to develop disc brakes on the Jaguar C-Type, and we got a couple of those here. We got a lovely Jaguar D-Type, early Jaguar D-Type of the type that won Le Mans with Nicholas Halusa at the wheel. We got this rare HWM Jaguar with Gregor Fiskin, and that we think will be competitive. We'll see what transpires in the next 25 minutes or so. But just a little quick word. Oh, Bob, you want to dive in? Please do.
Yeah, one quick word. Actually, Fred Wakeman wasn't particularly competitive yesterday. That's the only thing I was going to say. Surprisingly, because of course he has been usually very competitive. An ex-Tommy Sopwith car, the Cooper T38. And in fact, the other one, there's another one in there as well, being driven by a Mexican driver, I think, or is the Argentine driver, Manuel Elicab, was ex-Patrick Head's father. If you know Patrick Head, he's the famous Formula One technical director at Williams for many, many years and shareholder, etc. And his father used to race Colonel Michael Head. I think he became a brigadier in the end, and he was in the diplomatic corps, but he always used to race as well.
What we didn't really explain was why they stopped having a Formula One race in 1952, but at that time Formula One was going through the doldrums and they were worried to not get a proper field, weren't they? And I think they changed the rules and not many people built new cars, so that's why. And then, is it right, Bob, they didn't have a race in 53 or 54 and they picked it up again in 1955. The whole thing could have died then.
Yes.
I mean, everybody says this is the most wonderful round of the World Championship, and you will be here in 2 weeks to call that.
Yeah.
But it is an anachronism because it's a very short track as far as Formula One cars are concerned. For historic racing, it's absolutely perfect. It's beautiful, except the barriers are a bit close. And this morning you mentioned track limits. The track limit is the Armco barrier right at the edge.
Pretty much it. That's it.
You do get a penalty if you go over the track limits. Your car doesn't go any further, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So we just saw one of the DB3Ss, Aston Martin DB3S, and it's actually Matthias Silecki from Argentina as well, number 76.
Yeah.
And that's that's one of the EMU cars, registered EMU, DB3S, ex Peter Collins, Tony Brooks, Roy Salvadori, Sterling Moss, and just an extraordinary car with a fantastic heritage. So I look forward to seeing that.
All these great names, of course, from the past. There's a massive heritage of fantastic racing drivers we have from Britain. We still have the most world champions, and in historic racing we have by far the most successful drivers at this meeting, but elsewhere also. So also look out for the Richard Wilson car. The Maserati 250S, I said, had some success at Goodwood at the spring clubman's meeting, or club meeting, members meeting as they call it. Raced in the States mainly by Carroll Shelby and Jim Hall. And I know that car, when it went to auction, and I think Richard Builder, he certainly paid over £2 million for it. But then a lot of these cars are worth a fortune. And I think did we just have a little shot of it there as I look down? I think we did.
So the cars are all getting warmed up, ready to go out on the circuit for this 25-minute session. There'll be a green flag wave. There's the D-type. Number 60 is the lone D-type. It's an early D-type, and away they go. That's Nicholas Halusa, the third oldest of Martin Halusa's sons. And away they go out onto the circuit. There he goes in the D-type. And Maserati's Listers, C-type Jaguar there, Ferrari there, David Franklin aboard, and C-types, as I say, lots of variety of different cars. And the one thing about them, even these cars are small enough that you can overtake. So that's the great thing around this circuit. You talked about it being an anachronism, and so many people are so restrictive, shall we say, in their thoughts about this circuit, whereas even modern Formula One drivers say it is such a challenge, it is so great to have the crowd so close. They're always in favour of it. It's only journalists, journalists who aren't.
Yeah. I certainly am. So, I mean, it's interesting this because it's British cars, Italian cars, and one Spanish car, not a French car amongst it.
Yeah, true.
And some makes that we've long lost, haven't we? Yes, we got the Veritas, haven't we?
Yeah, the German manufacturer.
Yeah.
After the war, they decided they wanted to build not only, I think, sports cars, but also I think they built Formula 2 cars as well. There was the Veritas Meteor as well, which was one of the cars. But
and we have open top cars and closed top cars. I mean, the majority are open, and we've got sort of sports racing cars, but also, I mean, the GT cars as well.
Yes, what we call these days GT cars.
Yes,
as you say.
Yeah.
So now we, according to our entry, should have Pat Blakely Edwards out in this field, but I'm not certain we have.
In the Fraser Nash.
Well, possibly, yes.
Well, is that not the one that? Or maybe it's a different one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he would definitely be looking after Fred Wakeman's car. He looks after all Fred's racing stable.
He's not driving, so I think his only car was that. Was the Fraser Nash single-seater.
That was in the opening.
Which is broke.
Which is done and broke. But we'll see in a moment who does what. And initially it's Nicholas Halusa who's looking the quickest. And we will see what transpires in the D-Type Jaguar. As you say, I think that was one of the early 3.4-litre cars, wasn't it?
And as you say, they tried out disc brakes and drum brakes on the D-types and even as early as the C-type as well.
And they found they were a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. So they will make a difference.
And now you even see little disc brakes on mountain bikes and things like that.
They're like little CDs, aren't they?
They are, absolutely, yes. Oh, screeching of tyres from that Lotus 10 Bristol, I think. And not your favourite car with the twin fins at the back.
Yeah,
Lotus 11 succeeded. It was a beautiful looking car, but neither of us like the shape of the Lotus 10. I'm not really sure why, but that's
yeah. Yeah, there's Halusa then, the young Austrian, bringing the D-type round. I hope he realises what a lucky young man he is to have a daddy with all those lovely cars. Halusa coming up to complete his first flying lap, and with this many cars out there, although it is easy to overtake and all these drivers are very, very considerate to one another, it is still possible to have problems. And there's number 88, that's O'Neill, who is Jeffrey O'Neill in the Maserati 350S, who is, oddly enough, it's on the start finishing straight, I would have called it.
Oh, it's a bit dodgy, that, isn't it?
Yeah, look at the tyre marks.
Yeah, Jeffrey...
how did he do that? Here it is.
Here it is, look.
How did that happen?
Did something seize in the back end? Jeffrey runs a historic festival in Sonoma, in California, right there in wine country, and a great enthusiast. His 350S swapping ends, and the fact that he hasn't been able to move it makes me think that maybe the rear did lock up.
Yeah, yeah. It's just possible we'll get a red flag to remove that car, and it's not easy to remove it either. And that is a quick part of the circuit. Yellow flags, not surprisingly, and could be a full course yellow. Yes, it is full course yellow. That means yellow flags waved all the way around the circuit, speed restricted, and I suspect it'll be a red flag because they've got to get a vehicle on there to remove that car, unless he can remove it himself, and at the moment that's not happening.
Well, he doesn't appear to be making any effort so to do. So I think maybe my theory is correct, that the rear end locked up.
No, I think you're right.
So, I mean, the only person who really got a decent lap in so far is Nicholas Halusa, Austrian. I think spends a lot of his time in the UK, though. And he's on a 2:01.107. And second fastest at the moment is man, I think it was a Morgan racer, Rick Bourne, and Rick is driving in Malcolm Paul's Lotus 10.
I don't know what he's trying to do in that car, but as you say,
whatever it is, not very effective because nothing's
Yeah.
happening. I mean, maybe it just doesn't want to fire up. Sometimes when you spin like that, you get a bit of fuel vaporization. And there's a packed grandstand enjoying.
fantastic, isn't it? At Tabac, huge grandstand.
Showing, you know, the popularity of
Red
historic
flag.
car racing on a red flag, and they will drag that off. And the clock stops, as we said this morning. Yesterday in practice, these periods, the time was just lost, but here they don't lose any time. Talking about, you mentioned HWM, what's HW Motors?
Heath Alton Motors.
Yes, George Abacassis was the name of the guy behind that. They did build Formula One cars, and Sterling did some of his very early races that put him on the map. Sterling Moss with an HWM. Mass ranks, now can they push it?
And John Heath as well was part of HWM. And of course, yes, Sterling was in their Formula 2 team. They had quite an extensive Formula 2 team, and with Lance Macklin amongst others.
It doesn't want to push.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think the back end's locked up
because you wouldn't spin there.
No.
I mean, not somebody with that experience. So I think that's it. I think the rear end's locked up, and they're going to have to jack the rear end up or do something with it.
Yeah.
So, well.
Yes, Lance Macklin, whose father, incidentally, had a very interesting relationship here with Monaco, because he decided he would study the odds at the casino. So he rented a hotel room across the road in the Hotel de Paris, which he staffed with young people writing down all the numbers that came up in the tables across the road. Okay. And they literally were running the numbers backwards and forwards all the time. And he was trying to work out what the odds were of a win and how to get a win. It wasn't, he didn't really need the money. He just wanted to, it was almost a hobby to do that. And eventually the casino said, do you mind if we come and see what you're doing? And he said, well, yeah, sure, come and see. You know, he didn't mind at all. But I don't think he proved anything conclusively. But it was an interesting operation. It was in about 1920.
There are people that tend to get banned from casinos because they're too successful. I think it's more games like Baccarat and things like not the roulette wheel itself. Not that I'm a gambling man, but I do know that it's a wonderful building, the casino here. But there are a few other casinos along this coast, aren't there? At places like Bandol and so on, which is near the Paul Ricard circuit. Well, now they've got a driverless car. He's trying to get it out of gear, but I don't think that's going to work. And we've got a jack there to jack the rear end up.
I think that would be the best solution, wouldn't it? Jack up the rear end.
Here it is again. And there it is, just swaps ends. And the 32 Pierre Mackie Fraser Nash Le Mans Coupe managed to avoid it and went to the right, kept out of the way. And now they wheeled the jack away.
Oh, they bought a flatbed, that's why.
Yeah,
so
yes, they're going to jack it up. You're going to jack it up on the flatbed.
Yeah, going straight onto a flatbed. But presumably that means they've got to drag it on there with the back end locked up. Is it going to?
Yeah, they've got the winch on it. Look, they're going to hook it up. Hopefully it's somewhere nice to hook it up without damaging the bodywork.
Yeah, most of these cars have a tow hook.
They do, but something that, or maybe they could attach it to the roll bar.
Yeah, to the roll cage.
But that is not original. Those cars would not have had a great big roll cage like that. Well, what a shame for Jeffrey O'Neill. So runs this festival at Sonoma. So a great race circuit actually, and obviously a venue for IndyCar racing and many other things. Quite a few racing teams based up there as well.
So most of the cars, if not all the cars, back in the pits, just waiting for that car to be renewed, to be removed, and then we can get going again. But still quite a long way to go. We've only had 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes of the session.
Yeah, a lot of the guys haven't even got a real proper flying lap in yet, have they? But I'm sure they will. So lovely, that 527 painted on the front sort of indicates to me a Mille number, do you think?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it will have left at
5:27 in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, to drive 1,000 miles on public Italian roads in the Mille Miglia and back to Brescia.
Well, there's Jeffrey walking away.
No. Well,
Come all the way from Northern California. And I hope they can fix it, because I think because he practiced yesterday, he'll be allowed to race, but he'll definitely be at the back of the grid.
if they can fix it. No. See,
they're struggling a bit, aren't they, to be honest? And
well, if the rear wheels are locked, they're going to stay locked.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. That's what I was looking to see.
There's Alex Ames, because he looks after... He's a good racing driver, Alex Ames, but he looks after the Halusa cars. And just briefing Nicholas there. I just love the fun in the fin of the D-type, don't you?
Yeah.
The fin is fun. And because some of them didn't have that. Some of the customer cars didn't have the fin. All about stability on the Mulsanne straight. But it just looks, to me, looks mega. And again, I've got a dinky of that as well.
Well, it's almost on the flatbed, so that's, as far as they're concerned, that's enough. And so they're just hauling the flatbed back onto the truck itself, and then it'll
a little bit of affection in the stands.
They're not paying attention, are they?
Well, there's nothing happening, is there? I'm sure if the cars were rushing around, it would be a different matter.
1988.
So engines firing up again. I think we'll be off and running again in the next minute or so, which would be super. Got a bit more action going on. See the Lotus 11s there had the was it Lotus 10 had the bonnet up.
Maybe just trying to get some cooling into it.
Yeah, Belgian driver Eric Stijs. No, it was a Lotus 11. I thought it was. And they give commentary, to public address commentary here. It might be bleeding through a little bit on your audio feed in French, Italian, and our old friend Ian Titchmaster does the English. We had a nice little dinner with him last night and remembered some times from yore. But there's some fans waving. I know the camera's on them. And you get a lot of access here. You can get close to the cars, and so there's 8 categories. 7 of them are in the paddock area, which is alongside the harbour. I suppose you'd call that the west side of the harbour, I believe. And then, of course, you've got the Formula 1 garages and the G category, the fastest cars that are coming up later. They get the proper Formula 1 garages.
Yeah, yeah.
And
so
I think after they open the roads, those cars are still there, so you can walk along and have a really good look at those. And because we've got passes, we don't know what public can do. But I did see people with tickets, regular printed tickets in hand, going into the paddock. But maybe you're buying a paddock access. I really ought to check that out. But it is just tremendous race meeting. I mean, it's wonderful to come to the south of France in the late spring, isn't it? And I mean, you'll have a great time in 2 weeks' time. But this is a different sort of meeting.
Very much so.
And here you'll see a massive variety of cars, which you won't in 2 weeks' time. All the Formula 2 cars, all
the same. All the Formula 3 cars
all the same
all
chassis.
the Porsches are the same.
All the same. And all the Formula 1 cars are different, but look the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think they're probably ready to go. The engines are fired up. Hopefully we're going ready for a restart.
It's a rather dodgy-looking elevator going down there. I think they use that for catering and so on rather than for people. But anyway, the cars are back on the racetrack, and predominantly coming out first the British cars, and the
Fred Wakeman leads them onto the circuit.
yeah, well, he's managed to manoeuvre himself. It's no fool, is Fred Wakeman. Has won a lot of races in all kinds of different cars over the years, and travelling back and forwards from the States, where I mean, I believe the company he manages is part of the Schroders banking group. So it's a really nice chap, Fred, and just loves his racing.
Yeah, he's had a Cobra, Fraser Nash amongst the others, a Lister Jaguar he's raced as well, C-Type, Chevron V8. Cooper Jaguar seems to be a favourite though.
Yeah, I think it's a very effective piece of kit actually, and particularly around here. It'll be the same engine as in the D-Type.
Yeah.
So green light's flashing. It's green means go, and that's exactly what they're doing now. And well, about 3 or 4 minutes, we'll get some sort of indication of who's really going to be in the hunt here. Obviously, it's still on an out lap at the moment. Through the famous tunnel, which years and years ago was shorter and a different shape. It was a sort of rounded, old-fashioned tunnel. Now we've got that tunnel with the hotel built on the top of it. It's changed its name a few times. I think it's called the Fairmont now.
Yeah. It has been the Lowe's and then the Grand Hotel, but it's certainly the Fairmont. Well, there's a sign outside it.
Yes, I
Fairmont.
I mean, for years that corner was known as the Lowe's hairpin, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And before that, it was the railway.
The station.
I don't know how the railway lines got up there, quite.
Well,
they come in from Italy, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can follow it quite easily because I mean, the road and the tunnel are still there.
Yes.
And also, they used to have a clay pigeon shoot off there, off the top of the tunnel out to sea. So they'd have shooting clay pigeons off there, and then you know, chaps with shotguns would try and see how quickly they and how well they aimed.
Earlier on today, we had a chap called John Spears racing. He represented Britain in the Olympics in clay pigeon shooting a couple of years.
Well, I wonder if he knows about the tir au pigeon,
I bet you he doesn't. So Halusa shown on top of, now he's down, he's on 2:01, but his last two was 2:17 because it was his out lap. So when he finishes this lap, we'll get some sort of indication of really who's in the hunt here, and one of them will definitely be Fred Wakeman because he's just gone purple in the first sector, and that's always a good indication that somebody's going quickly is going to be in the hunt. Well, we've got Wolfgang Fredericks in this, in an Aston Martin, huge Aston Martin fan. He won a race at Donington last weekend, and after he won it, he got out of his car, and in the paddock area where everybody assembled, he went round and shook the hand of everybody he'd beaten, which I thought was a really nice touch.
DB3S, Aston Martin DB3S, very, very pretty cars.
Yeah.
Not quite as weighty as the DBR1, which it succeeded.
There are a few replicas of those DB3Ss around, and actually my brother-in-law has one, and it looks the business, it absolutely looks the business, but it's got a modern BMW engine in it. I drove it up on an airfield quite recently, and I have to say it felt a little bit agricultural, but then I'm used to driving modern cars. But it looks great.
And of course, there was also a coupe version. There were only 2 or 3 of those made.
That looked terrific. I love that coupe version.
Yeah, it was fantastic, wasn't it? In fact, I've got a picture of one on my phone. Because it just happened to be in the way of a Facel Vega, which somebody was showing me.
Well, Wakeman's just about to finish his lap, and he will go fastest without any question, which is exactly what's just happened now. And he's the first person under 2 minutes, and Bob is showing a picture of the outstanding coupe version that we just talked about. It looked terrific. They did it so well, Aston Martin. So Fred Wakeman first under the 2 minutes with a 1:59.8. And Bob and I decided we're going to, because in period they used to time to 1/10 of a second, not 1,000 as they do now. We're rounding it up to stay in period. Nicholas Halusa second. Richard Wilson, who another regular winner in this lovely Maserati 250S at Goodwood, won at the Revival. And he is up to 3rd place now. And Max Hilliard, and chat with him at lunchtime. He's happy with he's racing 2 cars, racing a Lotus 16. That was all being stripped down and made ready for tomorrow's race. So, and then Claudia Hurtgen, we mentioned her over the morning sessions. The the senior lady racing driver that's really quick. I suppose there's no females of her age that could match her. And I just wonder if she'd been in Formula W. I think quite a lot of the 20s and whatever girls would have struggled to keep up with her, because she had an interesting story and an interesting backstory from this very racetrack, where in Formula 3, when she was really competitive, had a big accident, Bob.
Yes, he badly damaged, I don't know if it was the left or right hand, but basically that ended her single-seater career. Although having said that, she's back in single-seaters, but she's also back in driving some really expensive cars, one of which is the Maserati she's in at the moment, and she's in 7th spot.
Yeah, she drives for an outfit called Methusalem Racing, a German organisation. Look after a lot of very nice cars, and she's sort of their factory driver. And she's had, I mean, we did check, she'd had a win here 24 years ago. It's extraordinary, isn't it, in this meeting? So Wakeman
Wakeman fastest.
It was a bit slower that lap, but only within 1/10 of a second.
Wakeman fastest, Richard Wilson, exactly 1 second a lap slower, and between the two of them is Nicholas Halusa. So those are the first 3, and then there's a gap to Max Smith-Hilliard. Not a big gap, but 1.2 seconds back to Max Smith-Hilliard in 4th place. Gregor Fiskin, the purveyor of wonderful cars from London, the Scotsman, is in 5th place, and Claudia Hurtman is in 6th. Then 7th is Guillermo Fierro Aleta, who we saw earlier on. And
a bit of recognition. Who's that chap?
Yeah, exactly.
We should know, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Or maybe we shouldn't.
Charles. And then Martin Hunt in 8th place, Nicola Burt in 9th, and Macias Sileki, or is it Carlos Sileki? Carlos Sileki in 10th place.
I think they're brothers, on the way from Argentina. We've seen them racing in Britain quite a lot. Yeah, talking about Grand Prix drivers, quite a few Grand Prix drivers must live here, and some have popped down. Charles Leclerc, of course, born here. There's Max with his Graham Hill tribute helmet.
I think the Silekis are father and sons.
Oh, well, they could be. Yeah. Now, just trawling the old memory, I'm sure I talked to them at Le Mans last year, and you're right, they are.
Now that's a quick car, number 10. He's very competitive in that car. Max Smith-Hilliard is in 4th place, Lotus 10, with a distinctive number plate. Not a pretty car, as I say. Well, I don't think so, but it's effective, so I'll let him get away with that. They used to say if it looks right, it probably is right. Well, that one didn't look particularly right, but Colin Chapman knew it probably was right enough. In fact, the Lotus 11 was even better.
Wakeman continues at the top of the list. Just 0.2 of a second, though. Halusa's gone quicker and is pushing hard. And Richard Wilson in 3rd place.
That was Lando Norris. It looked like Lando Norris, but Andrea here told us that he was in Miami 14 hours ago.
Oh, he's probably in a business jet, though. It cuts the time down a bit.
So he was here. So somebody going straight on up the road at Saint-Dimot.
That's a popular place, isn't it? Overshoot and get away with it there. We're talking about track limits. but there are a couple of places where you can overshoot. A big lock up there, I think from, was it the 32?
Yes, it's not a lock-up, it's just smoking.
Oh, is it smoking?
That's the unfortunate thing.
Now, that is something called a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. Now, this is not a replica that has been built recently. It was actually just signified that it was a non-works car. So they were replicas of the works cars, but they were built in period. For some reason, they wanted to differentiate between the actual works cars and the ones they sold to customers. And they, back in 1950, 51, 52, they called them replicas, which is very confusing for a simple chap like me. But they aren't replicas, it just happens to be the name of them. So Wakeman still quickest here. Halusa, the only other guy that's gone under the 2-minute mark, and then Richard Wilson. Fiskin, did it just move up a little bit? Claudia Hurtgen's going quicker now. Look, I think might have a very quick lap from Claudia Hurtgen now. I think could put her in the top 3.
I think she's in a lot of traffic, that's the only worry.
Yeah, he got trapped a bit. And let's see what her third sector time is. When we talk about sectors, those of you who are probably not so used to watching motor racing, we have a full timing system here, just like a Formula 1 race. With the 3 same sectors they have for the Formula 1 race, we have it on our screen so we can tell who's going quickly.
There she is. She picks up 1 place. She goes up into 5th place ahead of Gregor Fiskin. So it's Wakeman, Halusa, Wilson and Smith-Hilliard, all very close together, covered by 1.1 seconds. 1.13 if you splitting hairs.
Yep.
And then Claudia Hurtgen, who is a little bit further back, probably 1.4 seconds further back, in 5th place. Gregor Fiskin in 6th, then Matthias Selecki in 7th, Martin Hunt in 8th place, Guillermo Fierro Aleta in 9th place, sorry, and Tony Wood in 10th place.
Yeah, Tony's a very quick driver, but probably not in that car. Wolfgang Fredericks, I think, might move up the field a little bit, and just looking at his split times, it always gives us an indication. In the pit is the American driver Otis in the 54, and that's he's got the marvellous name of Tazio Otis, and he's in a 750 Monza. I would think he would be of Italian heritage, though.
Number 70 there, Fred Wakeman, with 80, Richard Wilson right behind him, so that's a quick pair, and as long as they're out of traffic, they should be setting quick times, but neither of them are really making a mark on this lap.
Richard Wilson's a very bright man, a very clever entrepreneur, and he'll be watching what Wakeman's doing, maybe thinking where I might be, just seeing if he's going wide at corners or where he might get past him if it comes down to a battle tomorrow. Just to remind everybody, all the racing is tomorrow. 8 races. We'll be streaming them all here on various different streams, including Sky F1. I think the Goodwood stream's taking it. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube.
A great opportunity for any driver around this circuit, which has got 18 corners crammed into 3.337 kilometers or 2.07 miles. So you've got a great opportunity, if you're following another car, to study exactly what's going on. And Fred Wakeman has actually pulled away, but that's partially because the Allard, I think it was the Allard, got in the way, and that means that Richard Wilson has a couple more lengths behind, but the Allard pulling over and letting everybody else go through.
Watch out for the guy who won this event, though, in the same Maserati 300S in 21. That's GFE, Guillermo Fierro Aleta, the Maltese-based Spaniard, and I think he's probably on a quick one. And I said when he won that race in 21, it was Nicholas Halusa who he beat.
4 minutes and 20 seconds still remain, so it's certainly got through it very rapidly. Wakeman, Halusa, Wilson, Smith-Hilliard, Hurtgen and Fiskin, the top 6. Then Matthias Selecki, Fierro, Aleta, Hunt and Wood completing the top 10. Behind them, Bert, Otis, Bourne, Baker and Elikaba. Great shot of the drivers, cars going through Massenet there. The left-hander into Casino Square.
And then we saw a picture of the casino in the background, as you said this morning, Bob. They seem to dug the gardens up, the beautiful gardens in front of the casino. This is Claudia Hürtgen now in the red 84 Maserati with a trident on the front, the famous Maserati trident. Maserati back in racing in Formula E, of course we're here 2 weeks ago. Not sure how well Formula E went down in Monaco. They've been racing here for a little while now. Originally they didn't use the whole circuit, but they currently do so.
And this weekend they're in Berlin for Formula E.
They race on an old airfield, don't they?
Yeah.
One of the original Berlin airfields. See, it's a proper street circuit. There's a zebra crossing there and arrows and all that sort of stuff. And that sort of thing can catch you out some of those lines, particularly if it's damp.
Well, you asked Nigel Mansell, 1984.
Yes, exactly.
Led, I think, 6 laps and then spun off on a wet white line.
He wasn't happy.
No, he wasn't. Still, Claudia Hürtgen doing a grand job. She really, one, she knows her way around here, that's for sure. And two, she knows her way quickly around here.
Yeah, she comes from Aachen, she's on the border there, sort of with Belgium and France. A bit of a crossroads, Aachen, isn't it?
Yeah, also known as Aix.
Aha.
So 82 here, that's Fierro Aleta, the Spanish driver, in 7th place at the moment. Now, where's my neighbour? He needs to get a move on.
Oh, you've got a neighbour in this?
Not neighbour, but Martin Hunt. He lives up in the Downs near Goodwood, and he's in a HWM Jaguar. He's down in 10th place now, just squeezing into the 10th place. Needs to improve on the next lap. Got 1.5 minutes to finish this one and get on with the next one.
So this race is named after Vittorio Marzotto, who won the race here in '52 in a Ferrari 225S. And they had a separate class as well for the under 2-litre cars, and that was run by a very well-known racing driver, Argentine Robert Mansell, in a Gordini.
Now, Max Smith-Hilliard, here he comes to complete his lap. He improves his time, but not his position. He stays in 4th place, and it now means that those 4 are covered by 1.7 seconds only. Or is it? No, it's 0.7 seconds.
0.7, it's tantalisingly close, isn't
How
it?
close
Yeah,
that is.
Absolutely.
Wakeman, Halusa, Wilson and Smith-Hilliard.
Wonder if any of them get another lap in. Time is ticking away, just 30 seconds to go, but if, of course, they get across the line in that period, they can go for one more.
Well, they've still got half a minute in which to do it. Seleki is back in the pits, so too is Otis and Bourne.
After this, of course, Bob, we've got coming up 2 fastest classes here. And so mainly DFE powered cars, so some really fantastic looking battles I think we're going to see in those last 2 races, and battles for pole position. So we're looking forward to that. And
Hürtgen and Fisken both on track to improve personal bests in the first sector. The checkered flag is now out, so this is everybody's last lap. Wakeman is the man to beat, and there could well be some changes in these last dying minutes of the session.
yeah, the checkered flag has come out, but of course they still got the leading people all on a last lap, and just as it might be in 2 weeks' time, and at the end of Q3, you can have a change at the very last second.
Wilson does not improve in spite of a best sector time at the end.
Halusa obviously got held up and it dropped 6 seconds on that lap, and that's one of the problems here. But is Wakeman, Wakeman didn't actually, Wakeman was already slowing down, and so It is Fred Wakeman who will start on pole position for tomorrow's Series C sports racing car event, front engine sports racing cars. Nicholas Halusa alongside him. Wilson and Hilliard, Hurtgen and Fiskin, Fierro, Eletta and Wood, Saliki and, well, neighbour Martin Hunt in 10th place.
Just hangs on.
Yeah, and Wolfgang Fredericks will be disappointed to be only 19th. I thought he'd be more competitive than that. Nigel Webb had ridden around many, many years with his Jaguar C-Type, a famous car. He is in 16th place. So, 2 more sessions to come. We're going back to single-seaters. We're getting more modern. And we're going to category F. And we're going to have things like Williams FW07s. We're going to have Heskeths, Fittipaldis, Wolves. Some very interesting cars. So we're looking forward to that in a few minutes. Quite a few Fittipaldis, more Fittipaldis I've ever seen together, I think. Now we did have Sam Hancock, well-known racing driver for many years, particularly more recently in historic cars. In the past, raced at Le Mans a lot with the Jota team and so on. But Sam stuck the Fittipaldi into the barrier yesterday, and I'm not sure what the outcome of that was. You had a little wrap around the paddock, Bob. I don't know if you saw that guy. I asked about the car and I couldn't see it.
That's probably because it was covered up with a cover. I don't think it's going anywhere.
No, what a shame. I presume it might damage the front suspension, but we'll see.
And he will have been one of those drivers who has done quite a lot of good work developing those cars as well. He's a good test driver in that way, and so he's somebody who will be working away and trying to get the car quicker and doing quite a lot of development work.
Interesting, this morning I mentioned there's some former Formula One team engineers and mechanics here, and one of them is Dave Luff. And Dave around the business for a long time, but he was Emerson's race engineer at Fittipaldi for a number of years, and he was very interested to look at the cars in their latest slightly modified state since they raced in period.
And what was his conclusion?
I think he made improvements that you know, they'd hoped to do in period.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's Fittipaldis from you know, 77 here, and the later, even the 79 car, and even the 1980 car, which is the one that we think that Sam Hancock may not appear in now. But we're coming close in this one to ground effect here, aren't we? In fact, the Williams FW7 was one of the first ground effect cars, following in the footsteps, of course, of Lotus. And we've got a couple of Lotus 81s in this, which are ground effect. Pretty everything in the final G category will be ground effect. Nice slow-mo shots here, look, of the sports cars heading back towards their paddock and the iconic harbour that is Monte Carlo.
So this was the sports racing cars front engine from 1952 to 1957, category or Series C. And the cars were waiting in the pit lane, a good field of cars.
Maserati 250S.
Lots of them waiting to go out onto the circuit. They were led out there by a former winner, or at least a driver who was on the podium, Nicholas Halusa, in the D-Type, led them out there, the D-Type Jaguar. And he was doing a grand job out in front, and the cars were certainly doing an excellent job of qualifying. That's exactly what they had to do, of course. That's what it's all about. And then we had this rather curious stoppage for the unfortunate driver there in the... just trying to find the relevant piece of paper. We had to have a stoppage to recover that car, which we think the back end of it locked up and consequently couldn't get out any longer. So it was them watching and waiting in the pit lane and then getting out there again. Here it is, number 70. That's Fred Wakeman. And he was the man who set the pace. He's a former winner, and he set the pace for everybody else around the circuit. And although it's very close behind him, he is fastest in the session, and he will start from pole tomorrow. Lando Norris in the pit lane, and that was it. That was C category, very close behind Fred Wakeman, Nicholas Halusa, Richard Wilson, Max Smith-Hilliard, before a little bit of a gap to Claudia Hertmann.
So there we see the cars lined up, waiting to go out. The famous number 27, obviously on Alan Jones's car when he won the World Championship. Because the following year it became number 1. But, 27 car there, sitting, waiting to go out. And who's in that? Zak Brown, Chief Executive of McLaren Racing, and was also, of course, involved in a company called United Motorsports, Autosports, up in Leeds, where he keeps a fantastic selection of cars. I mean, Zak came over to be a young racing driver all those years ago from the States, and subsequently decided he wasn't quite quick enough, and set on the business side and sponsorship side of motor racing here in Europe and America, both sides of the Atlantic, and had huge success with his Just Marketing organization. I think he did a lot of the deals in NASCAR and Formula One deals, and then he becomes moves into Formula One management, and of course has been the architect of McLaren going from the back of the grid back to the front,
as they did last weekend.
Yeah,
winning the Miami Grand Prix.
Yeah, so you know, Zak's a huge enthusiast, and Richard Dean, who runs United Autosport, obviously run cars at Le Mans, was his big friend, and it was his tutor actually, a racing tutor. And Zak finished up for a while when he was racing in Formula 3 in the B category, if I remember correctly, sleeping on a couch in Richard, or was it Richard's sister's flat. So he's known the hard times, and what a huge success he's made of his career. But all through it all, remains a massive enthusiast.
Yes, exactly. He's got quite a collection of cars as well, kept up at
in Leeds, yeah,
in Leeds at United Autosports.
Yeah, and
he's not a small man, as you can see. He's it's a bit of a tight squeeze in there.
Raced this car last year at Sonoma, the chap, you know, whose car locked up. He raced at his race meeting in this and finished 4th. But I have to say that the Formula One racing in the States not quite as competitive. Just behind that was the previous model of Williams, the FW06. And Frank, of course, got that Saudi sponsorship and various other Saudi Arabian groups long before Saudi ever thought of having a race.
And that's Mark Hazel's car in the background, which is ironic because Mark Hazel, they had a team manager called Jeff Hazel, but I don't think they're related.
They're not related.
No.
Mark Hazel also did a bit of truck racing in his time, I seem to remember. He's been racing that car a long time, has Mark Hazel. So we had a bit of a disappointment in one way, is that we thought we had a former Formula One driver in this, Frank Montagny, who used to race for Super Aguri back in 2006, the guy from the Loire Valley. And the guy finished 2nd at Le Mans twice in a Peugeot factory car. But he has been replaced by Stephen Shanley, I think originally as a New Zealander, and he was going surprisingly well in practice. We're not quite sure why he was replaced. I think did you know why he was replaced? Why Montagny didn't carry on? I don't know.
Well, Montagny suggested that somebody, maybe the owner even, wanted to drive it. I don't know. That's what Frank Montagny told me a couple of races ago, Grand Prix ago.
Yes, because he commentates, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yeah. So there is the well, we're seeing the entry. Interesting, they've got Dorian Boccolacci in there, Porsche driver, sometime Formula 2 driver, Porsche driver from along the coast here in the studio that we're looking at the moment. But we've got some interesting drivers out there in this session. Mike Cantillon in the Tyrrell for starters. We'll go into detail about him in a moment. Ewan Sergeson, who we've seen a couple of times. Jonathan Cochet, who is a French club, not club racer, but he's been a Formula 3 champion. Wayne Taylor, former winner of sports cars in the States. We'll talk about him in a moment. Michael Lyons, well, we've heard a lot about him. Zach Brown, we've heard about as well. Ron Maiden, who used to run the championship,
the Masters,
Masters Championship. So quite a lot of interesting drivers and interesting cars.
I can just add one, and number 7 car, Carlos de Quesada, who's well known in IMSA circles, raced a lot in Porsches in America, and he's had the great luck that his father founded the Gatorade company, which is a soft drink that's hugely popular in America. We don't see it much over here, but he was a son of Mr. Gatorade, and he lives up there in Tampa Bay in a magnificent house. It's interesting, you start Googling these people, and I found a site which showed the house he just bought, and it was nice.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
Miles Griffiths is out there as well.
No, he's definitely a man to watch in this. And last time out 2 years ago, it was Miles Griffith who put it on the pole, and then I think the drive shaft broke. Well, he certainly didn't compete in the race.
Right.
He had a problem right at the start anyway. Miles, who runs our high-tech motorsport organisation, looking after quite a few cars here, but gets to drive as well.
So we've got quite a few drivers, some interesting cars. The Lek, for example, which David Purley famously crashed, not this particular one, because the one that he crashed ended up a minute cube, really, because he crashed it so heavily at Beckett's at Silverstone when the throttle stuck open. But this was a replacement, and Ron Maiden is racing that. Then there's some Ensigns. There's a Wolf that Wayne Taylor is driving. Now that's quite a story as well, because he's only just bought this car and he's coming back into racing, having been out of racing and running his own team, running his own sons as well, Ricky and Jordan Taylor, who are very successful in IMSA in the States. Of course, Wayne Taylor is a South African driver. We've got lots of Fittipaldis, probably more than were ever seen, but Lotuses, Marches, and a couple of Ensigns as well. Great variety. Heskeths as well, of course.
If I may go back to Wayne Taylor, won the Daytona 24-hour race in '96 and '05 as a driver. Won it since, of course, as an entrant. And he has a special affinity to that car, the Wolf, because remember Jody Scheckter moved to Wolf and raced that car, and then it subsequently appeared in the British Aurora Formula 1 Championship and was driven by another South African, Desiree Wilson, who in the process became the first woman ever to win a Formula 1 race, albeit not a World Championship race.
The only woman to win.
Yes, and a fine driver, Desiree Wilson, in my view, the best woman racing driver that's been in Formula 1, although only briefly. And she raced for Tyrrell in South Africa in a race which was subsequently scrubbed from the World Championship in sort of politics. Now, there is Mike Cantillon, who's he's got a big company that demolishes things. And he's just, I come from Tunbridge Wells, just demolished a huge, well, what was an old cinema there recently. But Mike is one of the star runners in the Masters Formula 1 series. We've seen about 4 different Formula 1 sets. The Masters have got less cars to compete, and he is the man to beat at the moment. And the first round, Paul Ricard, a few weeks ago, he won the first race. In the second race, he was taken out by a back marker. But Mike Cantillon will be in there. He's been racing this Williams for a while, and is very much at ease with it. And he's raced a Tyrrell in the past. He's got a Pescarolo Le Mans sports car. He's another huge enthusiast. And another of these guys, quite a lot of them started racing in Caterhams and moved on to Radicals and that sort of stuff. So we'll see how Mike Cantillon gets on with his very Irish crash helmet. I like his design on that.
Jamie Constable in number 16, a driver we might have seen earlier on today, but actually he's given up a couple of drives. Perhaps he thought it was too much, and he's driving a Shadow DN6. We've got Shadows DN8, DN9, and DN6 as well. From sorry, that's the DN8 he's driving. So various different ones. But Jamie Constable I saw back in 2022 at Circuit of the Americas, and he won 3 races out of 4, 2 in Formula 1 and I think 1 in a sports car, or maybe it was 2 in sports car, the Pescarola that he has. He's recently bought a sports car called a Zytek, which is a rather special LMP2 car, I think it was.
Yeah, it was developed from the Reynard sports cars, but it was run very successfully by Jota, if you remember. And they had a hybrid version as well that Johnny Molam raced successfully. So, yes, Stefan Johansson raced for them.
So they're just, by the looks of things, trying to remove a Ferrari that stopped on circuit.
So, 2 years ago, Michael Lyons won this race, and he won it in 21 as well. And the year before that, it was very wet, and it was won by Martin O'Connell, from O'Connell Racing. The ATS Martin's here with his race overalls on this weekend, tending to about 6 cars in the final G race, G category race, we'll see. But that was a fantastic drive for Martin O'Connell that particular day. So they're just getting ready. You mentioned Jonathan Cochet, who was top runner in the French Formula 3 Championship. It was back at, it's 24 years ago now. And in 04 was the Le Mans Series LMP2 champion. And he runs a sports marketing and sponsorship company these days, just Jonathan Cochet.
So this is Series F for Grand Prix cars of 3 litres, 1977 to 1980, which is coming up. And it's in 3 different classes. Non-ground effect, ground effect with Cosworth, and ground effect with non-Cosworth engines.
Yes.
So the non-Cosworth are the BRM, but that's a non-ground effect car anyway. Also the Ferrari of Jürgen Boden. But that's non-ground effect as well. So we actually don't have anybody in the 3rd class of ground effect non-Cosworth. So there's the participants list on your screens now. With we've got Lee Mole in this session in the Lotus 78, which the car stopped on circuit yesterday, so scarcely got any practice. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in qualifying itself.
Yeah, Wayne Taylor, I don't think he'd raced that his new Wolf before, and I think you talked to him at lunchtime, didn't you, Bob? And I think he sort of indicated he was definitely on what we would call a learning curve.
Yeah,
because he used to be really quick, didn't Wayne? So,
yeah, exactly. Yes, he was quick. So, yes, I think he was a little bit phased by everything going on around him and everything he had to do in the car as well. He has practiced that car at a circuit just outside Indianapolis, which is where he's based, and he's practiced it. And it is in beautiful condition. It's a great-looking car, too.
Yeah, it's prepared by an outfit, very well-known outfit in the States called Hudson Historic. So Gordon Eccleston, in fact, is the guy that runs that. They prepare lots and lots of cars, but pleased that they've done a nice job. Probably something a bit different for them, actually, because they mainly sort of prepare sort of cars that would come out of the Grand Am series and things like that. But just FW07 design. We mentioned Patrick Head's father, didn't we? This car designed by Patrick Head and his team. Yeah. Because some of these cars did have sliding skirts. Lotus basically hit the ground effect idea first, but then Patrick was really followed up very quickly, didn't he? And did a very good. Here's the arrow. Those rounders you'll see are the scrutineering ticket in effect for racing here, and can tell how many times somebody's raced here. Now, I got a little bugbear where I wish people steamed those off, or, you know, or hair dried them off and stuck them on a board rather than having sort of all down the car. But then that's my little thing.
Number 5 there is Mark Davis, the Belgian driver in a Lotus.
Yeah, well, it's for sale. This RMD company, everything's for sale. Massive hospitality here, and Bob, I mean, you come here every year, so you're used to it. So we're looking opposite a brand new building we've never seen before. It's a temporary building, but it doesn't really look temporary. It's a big new hospitality suites up there.
Zach Brown signals, let's start it, let's go. And the mechanics, yeah.
Just wondering if the advice he got from Fernando Alonso yesterday will have helped.
Worth bearing in mind, incidentally, that McLaren are operating their Formula E team in Berlin. Meanwhile, United Autosports have 2 McLarens racing in the World Endurance Championship at Spa this weekend. Meanwhile, the boss is down here at Monaco running in the Williams. So it's quite a busy time for the team.
Certainly is. I'd be interested to see how he gets on in this. Great time. I see Sam Hancock is listed. I don't see one of those red dots against his name, but there's quite a lot that aren't there. So maybe they fixed the Sam Hancock Fittipaldi, the latest of the Fittipaldis racing here. So watch out for number 18. Some of the Fittipaldis are in the original livery, aren't they, of the Copaçuca, the Cooperative Sugar Corporation of Brazil, and others are in the latest Skoll sponsorship. The Skoll being how a Brazilian company gets sponsorship from a Scandinavian lager, I don't know, but I think they did sell it in Brazil.
Do you think the fact that Keke Rosberg drove for the team had anything to do with it? I don't think it did.
I doubt it, but yeah. It was probably distributed in Brazil. Of course, the famous drink from there is the Guaraná, isn't it? A drink made of berries. I really like it. You'd hardly get it in the UK. But anyway, cars are on the racetrack now. Just saw Miles Griffiths go out. Watch out for that, the number 14. Gaucher, we just saw his Fittipaldi go out. I spotted the 18 Hancock car, but in a moment we'll know. And I got a sneaking suspicion Hancock's not there, Bob.
Yeah, there's still no spot against his name, is there?
No.
On the other hand, there isn't against Zach Brown's name either. We know he's on circuit.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this goes, how it pans out.
Yeah, so, as I said, last time, it was 2 years ago, Michael Lyons won this. But then he was in the family Hesketh 308E, the later, flatter Hesketh. But now, of course, he's in the Chrome team car, which I would think is probably a little bit more competitive than that. But we'll see. It's in. Or is he in the Hesketh? No, maybe he isn't. He is in the, no, he is. He's in the Hesketh. That's the penthouse one with a penthouse pet draped down the side of it in a mural.
The ex-Rupert Keegan one.
Yeah, that's right. It's in the next race where he moves up to the Chrome team, isn't it? So Michael Lyons in the car in which he won here 2 years ago.
No sign of Sam Hancock.
No, I think it's just too much damage. What a shame. Just locked up and slid under the barrier, and no parts to repair it. See, that's the Copaçuca logo. It's very attractive, and I thought, look, the business.
Sticks quite a long way out of the car, doesn't he, number 14? That's,
well,
Miles Griffiths.
Yeah, he's a 6-footer, is Miles, I would say.
So some early sector times coming in, but that's all for the moment. And this is Miles Griffiths going down to Mirabeau.
In a car prepared by a company that he runs, and he's a great engineer, as Miles Griffiths as well. He's raced lots of different cars, lots of success at Goodwood. Remember him winning, excuse me, in a Keith there a year or so ago, but he is very successful. But Lyons goes fastest in on the first sector on his first full flying lap. And is that a portent of things to come? I suspect that's the car just going through now, with a blue car with Penthouse on the rear wing. That was a funny deal to have Penthouse magazine. There was no money for the sponsorship, but they gave pages advertising away. So they then sold those pages in the magazine and got the money for the advertising. That was part of the deal.
Organised by my wife's boss.
Oh, well, there you are.
Guy Edwards.
Guy Edwards, yes.
Yeah.
So Rupert Keegan ran to race that car. Rupert's not very well at the moment, actually. He's been in hospital. He's back at home now. But Rupert, try and get well soon, mate. And you know, a great character, Rupert Keegan, wasn't he? You know, that raced that car. We got a Tyrrell with the Candy washing machine colours going round, and that's
Shanley,
who had thought...
And that's exactly where you don't want a Tyrrell, because two Tyrrells came together exactly at that corner, Saint-Devot, if you remember. Derek Daly landed on top of somebody else, or somebody landed on top of Derek.
Spectacular photographs, weren't they, of that? Yeah. I think it was certainly that model of car, I think.
Yeah. Had an accident exactly at that corner. But
that was at the start, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So here we are with Series F Grand Prix cars, 1977 to 1980, so just another 4-year span. And interesting back then, and we talked about how the Formula One cars all look the same. Now just look at all the different treatments to the front noses, Bob, on these cars. And twitching a little bit, Michael Lyons wringing the neck of this thing, I tell you.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he's going purple here. He's going to put in a real... I think this will be a banker, really, for pole position now. Michael really flying. And let's see what crosses the line now. And the time is a 1 minute 36.038. Goes a second and a half quicker than... well, a lot quicker than anybody else. That's the best part of 3 seconds now between Lyons and Cantle. Shanley, who had the spin, but he's in third fastest place, and then Mark Hazel, regular here with his Williams FW. So he's just nicked into third place. And who else? Miles Griffith, I think, will be moving up there soon. And Miles Griffith goes second, and Williams spun.
That's at the Fairmont hairpin.
That wasn't... Is that Zach Brown? Has Luke the Luke there? Where is Zach? Coming in 22nd. And we'll probably see from the split if it was Zach. I just thought I saw his number on the side.
Could well be, because he's just going towards the chicane now.
Meanwhile, Lyons going even quicker and fastest in the first sector. Carmichael's having a great weekend, as he does always when he comes here. And the 308E Hesketh.
And his major problem, as ever, is he's so quick around here. He catches other cars, slower cars, so quickly.
Yes.
Fortunately, these drivers do tend to be very, very understanding of other cars, and therefore get out of the way much more than perhaps modern drivers do.
It was Zach Brown that looped the loop. Wayne Taylor, so making a little bit of progress now. Lyons held up on this lap by, well, got behind the back marker, dropped 4 seconds. That's what happens. So that not a quick lap at all. Miles Griffiths in second place. Jonathan Cochet lost none of his old skill, has he? He's right up there in fourth position, now 47, the man from Alençon, and still racing regularly in the VDV series and some other categories. Almost made it, tested for Prost in Formula One in 1997, but never made it into Formula One, and being a Formula Renault champion, French Formula 3 champion. So he was one of those kids that, you know, was on his way, and then the career plateaued out for one reason or another.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't mean to say he isn't still quick, you know, and nice to have him here.
Well, he's about 5, perhaps a little bit less, 4.4 seconds slower than Lyons at the moment. But this is still fairly early days. We're not even halfway through the session. We've only had, what, 8 minutes of the session so far. Yeah. So Lyons ahead of Griffiths, Cantillon, then Cochet, Jamie Constable up there in 5th place, Mark Hazel in 6th, then Shanley, De Quezada in 8th place, Davis in 9th, and Lee Mole in the Lotus in 10th. Oh, so busy out there, so crowded. And was that Zach Brown trying to stay out of the way. Zach Brown back in 25th place, Wayne Taylor in 19th at the moment. Early days, as I say. There is Zach Brown going through. It's got sort of such period number that you don't even notice that it's the number, which of course the number 27, which was well known with Gilles Villeneuve.
Yes, it was all a popular number.
Yeah,
just
and
like
went on to be Alan Jones's number.
Yeah, just like 7 was a popular Sterling Moss's number, and also used by the great motorcycle racer Barry Sheen. And Lyons is into the pit now, probably making a little bit of adjustment. And then Cochet's gone up to 2nd place, look. But Lyons' gap to the rest of the field just over 2 seconds, so that's substantial.
Yeah, Cochet's got to find a bit more than that. Griffiths now in 3rd, Cantillon in 4th, Constable 5th, and Hazel in 6th. Then it's Shanley, De Quezada, and then Mole and Mr. John of B up there in 10th place, or he was, in number 25. And that is, that's a slight change of order, I think, Mr. John of B. 25, it's Ligier, JS11, 15.
And then quick shout out for Fritz Van Aert, the boss of the Jumbo supermarket chain in Holland. Huge supporter of Dutch motor racing, backer of Max Verstappen, and actually a big Minardi fan, but for some reason he's not racing Minardi here. He's racing he's racing a Fittipaldi, isn't he? Yes, the F7 Fittipaldi, one of the later cars. And Carlos de Quesada from Tampa Bay, doing an outstanding job in 9th place, because it's not a man known for racing single-seaters, although De Quesada in the past had raced in well, the ALMS, and he has raced a little bit in the Master Series actually.
There's also, of course, the Boss Series as well, which Fritz van Aert, and that's very much a Dutch championship. Well, Fritz van Aert was very much involved in that.
It didn't used to be, but it is now, as you say. That's the sort of Formula Libre championship. Pretty well run an IndyCar in that if you want.
Yeah.
And you get 3,000 cars and old Formula 1 cars. I filmed it a few years ago when it was based in England, and it was always entertaining, and some lovely people in it as well. So I'm just having to think that Griffiths might be on a bit of a charge now. So we'll see what transpires at the end of this lap, with 13 minutes left in the penultimate qualifying session of this very busy Saturday, Bob. That's an excellent Senna display, and lots of terrific action out on track in these various qualifying sessions. But of course, the sharp end is tomorrow with the racing, and Griffith's definitely on a quickie here. I don't think he's not going to go quicker than Lyons, but he might go quicker than Cochet, and that's it. Just crossing the line now, that's exactly what he does, and he's 1.2 seconds away from Lyons.
That's not bad, pretty good for Miles Griffiths.
But 2 years ago when the last ran, he took the pole.
Yeah.
He just stole it away from Michael Lyons. So, interesting to see if he continues out there.
Cochet down to third. David Shaw, that's a name we haven't heard very much of so far. So David Shaw is up into fourth place. So good effort from him.
Wayne Taylor's in the pits.
David Shaw, National Saloon Car Cup back in 1999. Formula 3 in a route here in Monaco. An old route, of course. Then a 721 is raced as well. Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, he did that in 2018, the Porsche Championship. He had the Eifelland March as well for a while, and then more Porsches in 2021. Also has an Arrows A4 as well.
Well, interesting, he's right up there though, doing a...
Yeah, in fourth place.
Oh, he's quicker than Cantillon, you know, that's quite something, and Constable. I feel there should be a bit more speed left in Cantillon, but I think also a quick lap maybe coming out of Constable as well. And Griffiths is in the pits. 11 minutes to have a little look round and a little think about it, and then go out for one sort of last push.
So the battle of the team owners, Zach Brown up into 19th place, Wayne Taylor in 22nd. He's back in the pits, Wayne Taylor, at the moment. Griffiths and Cochet, second and third, both in the pits as well. Still 10.5 minutes to go, plenty of time.
Michael Lyons is out there. Here he is, the 24 car with the Hesketh Bear on the front of it. The last of the cars that Hesketh built. I think Frank Durney was involved in the design of this. And they're finding a way through there.
The extraordinary thing is the size of the ensign. I keep looking at it, and I've seen it before, Paul Tattersall's car, and it looks how big it looks in comparison to some of those around it. Just now with the Hesketh overtaking, the ensign really looks quite big, and I'm quite surprised at that.
Might be a bit of an optical illusion, Bob.
Yeah.
I think there wasn't that much difference between the wheelbases and track of these cars. So there was some differences in the wheelbase particularly. And have we got anybody there on it? So Shanley, who was the last-minute replacement for Frank Montagna, is doing a pretty good job out there, and he's on a quite quick lap. It's we raced things like MGBs and Porsches in the past, and they partner in a company called KKR Growth Technology Funds.
And he's gone up into third place, Shanley.
Well, that's a terrific result from a guy that we're not used to seeing in this at all. That's a cracking run by him.
So good effort. Lyons then still fastest by 1.2 seconds from Miles Griffiths second. Then Shanley in third, about half a second behind Griffiths. Cochet in fourth, Shaw in fifth now, and Cantillon in sixth. Then it's Constable, Hazel, Sergeson, Ewan Sergeson in number 17, and that is number 17 is Shadow DN9.
Jackie Hicks there looking on.
And in 10th place, Carlos de Caseda. Yes, Jackie Hicks amongst others here. Martin Donnelly here as well, one of the former Formula 1 drivers, being a driver coach.
Yeah, O'Connell Racing, both Irish, of course, originally. And how lucky Martin was to survive. I remember going to see him in the hospital after that horrendous accident in Jerez, and particularly resonant for me, I was commentating on that race, Bob, and with Watty, John Watson. We went up on the Friday to check the box and see what the signal was like. We walked on the box, we turned the television on, and the next thing we saw was Martin Donnelly lying on the road, and no car around him because the thing broke in half, you know. And then, of course, Prof Watkins came and saved his life with a tracheotomy and stuff. And, I mean, Martin's life hung by a thread for a long time, and he still limps badly from that accident. But he's raced a bit since, but not obviously at Formula 1. And Martin Donnelly was phenomenally quick.
He was
He could have gone much further. And
Good peddler.
But he said happy days when I saw him in the pitch yesterday. And as I say, driver coaching for the O'Connell team. Meanwhile, here's the lovely FW06 non-ground effect car, of course, the FW06. But there's some innovation Patrick had in that to do with the oil tank. I think he used the oil tank almost as a stress member. There's an arrows going a bit.
No, that was the Wolf.
Oh, well, the Wolf was it there?
Yeah.
Oh, that was Wayne Taylor was getting out of the way. Got another gold and black car, yes.
Wayne Taylor there. At the moment, he's in 22nd place.
Yeah.
So we didn't actually spend very much time watching him, but we had a glimpse of Wayne Taylor, which will have reassured his family back home in the States.
Yeah, well, of course, he's got two racing sons, both race for him now, and one obviously raced for the Corvette team. And Ricky and Jordan, and they're racing the Acura ARX 06 in the IMSA Sports Car Series, the WeatherTech Series.
Cochet up into second place.
Interesting.
1.7 seconds behind Lyons, but Shanley I thought was going to improve. He did, but he's still in fourth. So it's now Lyons, Cochet, Griffiths, Shanley, Shaw, and then Cantillon. Then it's Constable, Mole, and then Hazel and Sergeson in 10th place.
I think Miles Griffiths not quick in the second sector on this lap, which we thought might be a quick one. A good battle with Cochet.
Zach Brown in 18th place at the moment. 26 cars practicing. So about a bit the size of an old Grand Prix field.
Yes, absolutely.
But of course, at one time, they only started 14 drivers round here. That was the limit.
Oh, I thought it was 16.
Was it 16?
16, yeah, it was 16. And people, got knocked out. As they did in many races, but more here. So Michael Lyons just gone purple now in the second sector. But, yeah, 132.167. So he actually didn't improve his time, although he was quick in the middle of the lap.
5 minutes to go, 5 minutes. Shanley quick in the first sector, but not in the second. So we'll see if that's going to be improvement. De Caseda squeezes into the top 10 ahead of Sergeson.
And I noticed Ron Maiden's got the Leck up into 15th place. I'd be happy with that, I think.
I've seen him higher than that, but in the States, he's running the top 6.
Yeah, but and one stage he raced the Amon. He saved the Amon, and he's sold that on now.
Bit of a home for lost causes.
He likes lost causes.
He's a golf course entrepreneur.
He is. It tells me he's down to his last golf course now, but it's doing extremely well. So, and of course, he's divested of the Masters Group, which he did so much to build up. And together, originally with Christopher Tate, who you know, and subsequently with Rachel Bailey and their team.
Shanley, once again, he's improving all the time in that first sector. Doing a good job. Michael Lyons slips past there ahead of the arrows. Michael Lyons coming up to complete the lap, but it probably won't be a quicker one. He's got a 1.5 second advantage over Miles Griffiths in second place. And then just a matter of tenths back to Cochet in third. Cochet, the only interloper in an almost entirely British top 10, almost.
Shanley's the impressive guy here because I don't think he's ever raced here before. Although, what about your mate Shaw? He's up there, he's just gone fourth. So that was a very good lap from the number 28 car of David Shaw. And the lovely Williams FW06.
Oh, but the 07 was better.
It was better. Well, but obviously it's after Frank, recalibrated his career and came back. They did the March the one year, and then the FW06 car just looked right.
Two and a half minutes to go. Number 14 there, Miles Griffiths making a Fittipaldi go much faster than it should. Doing a really good job. Here he comes up to complete the lap, and it's 2 improvements so far, and he improves his time. Now just a fraction outside a second behind Michael Lyons, but Michael Lyons is going very quickly in the middle sector on this lap. Could be an improvement coming. And there, Miles Griffiths having to find his way around the Ferrari.
And look at that, Lyons.
The inside, rather.
Yep, Lyons gone even quicker now. 1:32.07. No, 1:32. 1:32.1, shall we, Bob? We're rounding them up.
It's only about 900ths quicker than he was before.
Yeah. He's got more laps than anybody else. He's managed to get 14 laps in the 25 minutes. And
that's Michael Cantillon, who is in trouble at the pit lane entrance. Now, what happened here? He looks as though he's about to turn in, and then somebody who came inside him and went straight on.
No, well, that wasn't Cantillon then.
That's Cantillon.
Yeah. So why is he down now? I think it was different to the other incident.
And somebody went straight up.
Yeah, maybe he was. Yes.
So
he's well out of the way, isn't he?
A bit curious. Oh, he's well out of the way. That's in the pit lane entrance. Oh, yes. There he is, and then goes straight up. I think he was a bit surprised that Cantillon was actually turning into the pits, and then appears to have lost the engine as well. So we're now in the final minute of the session. Lyons quick in the first sector, not so quick in the second. And Shanley quick in the first sector, Hazel quick in the first sector.
Bob, Lyons got to jump out of this car and straight into the Lotus from the Chrome group for this final qualifying session. So he will have no time for a rest. So he'll take a bit of liquid on board, won't he?
Yeah.
That'll be it. It is. Yeah, Shanley's so impressive. Don't know the chap. Need to seek him out, I think, after it's over here.
So neither Shanley nor Hazel improved in the middle sector. And there is Shanley going into the pits, so he's not going to improve either. And Hazel, we'll have to wait and see, but the checkered flag is out for the end of the session. Fritz van Aert, a late improvement probably. Hazel doesn't improve. What about Fritz van Aert? Here's number 14. This is Miles Griffiths, not improving at the moment, unless it's the sparkling time in this middle sector.
Yeah, car dancing about a little bit in its copper-sucre colour scheme. One of the problems they had, initially they tried to build the car in Brazil. And later, because I moved, really sliding at the tail of that. I moved to the south of England, didn't they, the team, when Peter Waugh was running it for a while, ex-Lotus team manager. Checkered flag out. And Griffiths actually on a second. Griffiths actually closed the gap. Look at that. Bob, right at the end, closed the gap on Lyons to 0.2 of a second. So he will have a race on. Yeah,
a very good effort from Miles Griffiths there. Very good. Fritz van Aert also improved his time, but not his position. Stayed in 16th. 2 places ahead of Zach Brown. And Wayne Taylor's back in 24th. So that's the end of race F qualifying. And still abandoned at the pit lane entrance is Mike Cantillon, his car. And he hasn't got out of the car. I don't think he hit anything. Neither of them hit anything.
No.
But they're still there.
Yeah, in his Tyrrell, often races Williams. That's the car that he had the success in the Masters Series, I'm pretty sure.
don't think that really cost Mike Cantillon any time, because
Yeah.
I don't think he was about to improve.
So I noticed what Michael Lyons have been able to do is jump out and park it outside the Chrome garage, because that Hesketh's run by the family team. Now he's going to drive for Chrome, and it actually operated by a company called Brightech Racing, German company. It looked pretty organised when I went down to the garage. But 26 starters will be. Paul Tattersall never got a proper lap in, look. So here's the car bouncing around quite a bit, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
This is Shanley in that Dayglow crash helmet of his.
Miles Griffiths.
Sticking out the car quite a long way, as you mentioned, Bob.
Yeah, yeah. And Michael Lyons, here it is, 3-2-1. Michael Lyons setting the fastest time, but at the last moment, it was only 0.2 quicker than Miles Griffiths. So, still a beautiful day here in the Principality. Here are the highlights for F1 Grand Prix cars, 3 litres, 1977 to 1980, in various different configurations, a couple of classes, non-ground effect and ground effect, and the cars just waiting to go out. There's Mike Cantillon waiting to go out. Number 4 there is Stephen Shanley, a newcomer to, as far as we're concerned, to historic racing, and they were led out onto the circuit by Mark Davis in the Lotus. Number 27 there was Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren Racing, a regular historic racer, but it was Michael Lyons, who set the pace in the Hesketh, the Penthouse Hesketh, really quick, and some spectacular driving, sliding this car on his way to pole position for most of the session. He dominated the session by quite some way, and it was only at the end that Miles Griffiths set a quick time to get in touch with him. They are just 0.2 of a second apart, and there Miles Griffiths was in the Fittipaldi, got in amongst the traffic at times, and there trying to weave his way through with Stephen Shanley, who ended up in 3rd place just behind him. So it was interesting to see those two. Number 19 there was Jonathan Cochet. Very good qualifying from him. 4th place for Jonathan Cochet. Not a regular in this in these type of cars, but certainly a driver with good pedigree. Good effort from Jonathan Cochet in amongst all the Brits, who qualified well up in this field. And Michael Lyons there trying to get past the Williams ahead of him, but very close. Spectacular stuff around this circuit. Beautiful conditions, absolutely perfect conditions around the track. Jackie X was watching, and then we had this rather strange incident. That's number 4, but Stephen Shanley, and he qualified in 3rd spot in the car that Frank Montagny was meant to race originally, run by AGS. Automobile Gonfarine Sportive. And there's the checkered flag, and so there it is, Michael Lyons, the man on provisional pole for tomorrow's Series G race.
Bob, real mystery with Shanley, really.
de voir autant de monde voilà, partager cette passion depuis tant d'années. Et puis ça me fait aussi découvrir des voitures que j'ai pas forcément connues étant jeune. Et,
En tant que pilote professionnel, on a l'habitude de courir avec des voitures. On sait qu'il ne faut pas les casser justement. Donc on a l'habitude d'avoir cette pression-là. Et après l'objectif, là c'est prendre beaucoup de plaisir. C'est pas vraiment d'aller chercher les derniers dixièmes. C'est vraiment quelque chose que j'ai envie d'essayer dans le futur. Il va falloir que je travaille un petit peu mon talent. Alors cette année je vais faire le Fanatec GT World Challenge, donc c'est le championnat de GT le plus relevé au monde. On va avoir le centenaire des 24 heures de Spa-Francorchamps qui arrive fin juin, ça va être une course exceptionnelle. Je suis un petit peu déçu de ne pas revenir ici cette année parce que j'ai enchaîné 3 années consécutives le Grand Prix de Monaco avec la Porsche Super Cup en même temps que la Formule 1. Et c'est vrai que cette année j'ai changé de catégorie, je ne reviens pas ici donc j'ai ma petite larme au coin de la joue, mais bon j'espère le refaire dans le futur.
Ici à Monaco quand tu as roulé et même par rapport aux autres fois où tu as roulé, quel est le sentiment quand on avance?
Voilà, même si le week-end ne se passe pas comme on veut, on prend tellement de plaisir à rouler sur ce circuit, c'est exceptionnel. Voilà, on roule à Monaco, on roule à plus de 200 km/h, 250 dans les rues de Monaco. Alors j'habite pas très loin, je suis là.
C'est juste exceptionnel et j'ai eu la chance de le faire en Formule Renault 2 litres, en Formule 2 en 2019 et de revenir ici 3 fois en Porsche Super Cup. Voilà, c'est...
Pour ce petit tour hot lap. Nous avons la chance d'avoir Hydro en cabine avec nous. Alors ce petit tour hot lap, c'est tout simplement sur cette McLaren Senna.
Juste une problème de santé, il exploite vraiment les capacités.
McLaren Senna, magnifique. C'est vraiment une attaque.
Bassinet d'abord, puis le virage du casino, la descente vers Bravo, le freinage bien sûr avant d'enquiller vers
se modifie sur cette voiture dans les zones de freinage qui peut forcément DRS.
C'est pour rapporter de l'appui sur les zones de
Anthony Noguet juste derrière, et je pense que pour à vitesse reste dommage qu'on n'ait pas les temps, parce qu'à
So coming up at this 14th running of the Monaco Grand Prix Historic, Formula One cars, 1981 to 1985, the fastest for all our categories. Final qualification here this evening, and well, this afternoon, late afternoon, but the sun is still high here, it's still warm. That's the view of the harbour, and here is a list of the people who are going to race. And 2 years ago, when we last ran the historic here, it was the Chrome groups 1, 2, 3 with Marco Werner, Michael Lyons and Nick Padmore, all in JPS Lotuses, all slightly different years, and there are in the same cars this year. They haven't switched them around at all, so that'll be interesting to see. And strange enough, 2 years ago, the Michael Lyons 308E Hesketh was in this category, not the previous one, and he won then. So I think we're going to have a cracking battle between the Chrome Group cars, run by the Brightech Racing organisation, and can't really see anybody else getting in amongst them, although we have got some pretty good runners in here, haven't we? Particularly Marino Franchitti, who is in a Tyrrell that at one time we thought till last week that Dario Franchitti was going to drive, former Indy champion, of course. And there's Bruno Senna, having just done some quick laps in his ultimate McLaren road car, as they described it. We got Sahel Ayari, who in the past was a rising star of Formula 3, won the Macau Grand Prix back in 1997, French-Iranian driver.
A bit like Jonathan Cochet, really,
yeah.
The same sort of career path.
Yeah, and went on to be French Super Touring champion for 3 years. He took part in 4 Le Mans and got 4th overall, a couple of times actually. So I think we might see a bit of speed still out of Cantillon. We had a bit of a surprise from a Japanese driver as well, didn't we, Bob, in the practice? Toriba, who we thought was some young, hard-charging Japanese kid, turned out to be a 60-year-old businessman, and he was right up there, and it wasn't somebody we were aware of.
He's had a bit of a knock to his confidence since then with the accident,
he
however.
did, that is so. And of course we got Stuart Hall again in this, haven't we? I believe so.
Yeah, in number 19, Roald Goethes March 821.
Now, this is not a car that Stuart's very familiar with, but he was quick. So we can have a 4 or 5 way battle for pole position, which is terrific. And, well, there's a happy man.
Yeah, there's Lando in race control, seeing how it all works.
That famous Lando smile, eh? It's a winner, isn't it? Got to be cool to have your cap backwards.
So yeah, there's Marco Werner out there, obviously with the Chrome cars, but we've got Jamie Constable in a Tyrrell 011. Martin Stretton, who was on the podium here for the first 5 years of the historics. Martin Stretton, particularly in a Tyrrell P34, the 6-wheeler.
Yeah.
But this time he'll be in the Tyrrell 012, and the car's going out onto the circuit. As you say, Marino Franchitti in the Tyrrell 012 as well. Nick Padmore, Michael Lyons as well, Stephen Brooks, Marco Werner. Who else have we got? Stuart Hall, as you mentioned, in Royal Goethes at March 821. That's a pale one, a white, mainly white backing with Newsweek on it, as well as maybe some Rothmans and ICI. My wife will have worked on that one, and also she worked on the 811, which is Alejandro Valta Chajuan, number 18 from Argentina. Massimiliano Gerardo, now that's an interesting person. He's a very keen rally driver, he was, but he's of course a very experienced auctioneer, runs his own auctioneering company, and will value every single car going around here and knows exactly what they're worth and how much damage is being done to them.
Fantastic.
Michael Cantillon is here. Sahil Ayari, of course, in the Ligier JS21. Michael Cantillon in the Williams FW07C, one of the earlier cars. And those are the ones, those are all the drivers we'd expect to see doing well. There's quite a few Williamses, actually. There's some FW08s, of course, which won the championship in 1982 in the hands of Keke Rosberg, who, of course, lives here in the Principality.
Yeah, that Stretton car, there's quite a big blurb on it in the back of the garage. It was driven by so many different people. And you would have heard Henry follow Formula 1. Michele Alboreto, Martin Brundle, Stefan Bella drove it, Danny Sullivan, Stefan Johansson and Mike Thackwell all drove that car in period. So quickly we'll see who's going to be on the pace. And of course we got the story of Ken Tyrrell, Bob, which you know well. Not the Ken Tyrrell that founded Tyrrell Racing Organisation, but another Ken Tyrrell. But the other Ken Tyrrell knew the racing team man. Original Ken Tyrrell, yes.
Yes, quite a story of that, actually. In the mid-50s, a father's friend of the American Ken Tyrrell and boss sponsored Tyrrell in 1985 with his motion systems company. He spent the whole of the 1985 Detroit weekend with Tyrrell, the American Ken Tyrrell, even hanging out the pit board to Martin Brundle during the race. And then Ken Tyrrell, the English one, arranged for the American one to have a Jim Russell course at Snetterton. Then he progressed into Skip Barber, etc. He raced in the SCCA Sports Car Championship, Old-Timer Grand Prix at the Ring, introduced himself to Martin Stretton and set out to find a Tyrrell. What else could he possibly race?
Absolutely wonderful. You did mention the six-wheel Tyrrell. Of course, two officially licensed new ones have been built relatively recently. I know one's for sale.
And we've also got out there, I think, a Lotus 81, haven't we? Or the 88, which is Nick Padmore in the twin chassis car. It had twin chassis. One handled the mechanical side of things and the other handled the aero side of things. And the idea was to make the two of them work together, but the FIA didn't like it.
It got quickly outlawed, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. And so they were able to modify it, though, into a single chassis car. And Ken Tyrrell, this is very, very provisional because it's the first flying lap, but the later Ken Tyrrell hung out the pit board to the Tyrrell cars when he was a teenager. Is currently fastest, but that won't last for long, I can assure you. And Stratton goes fastest now, but let's give it a little while. So Marino Franchitti was a little bit diffident about jumping into the seat that was made for his, right down the pit, made for his brother, but he did a very good fist of it yesterday. See how he gets on then. Lots of fast race cars out there. It's a very heavily subscribed category, this.
Stuart Hall in the March, which was run by the Ram team. John McDonald and Mick Ralph ran that car. Guy Edwards was involved in that one as well.
They went on to build their own cars, Ram cars.
Yeah.
Jonathan Palmer, the Brands Hatch and many other circuit owner raced for. I think you'll see the Padmore's already onto a quick one. Hope he's got a bit of space to make it work.
Trying to warm up the tyres, number 19. I need to decoke. Yeah. Stuart Hall in that car, of course.
I think this is probably the most competitive. It's the fastest race of the weekend. I think it's also one of the most competitive.
Well, let's see. Williams is again, of course. And we've also got the father and son, Dansembourg, from just south of Brussels, southwest of Brussels. Both of them counts. Count Christoph is the father and Werner is the son, and they're both out in this field. Christoph in a Williams FW07C and the Werner, the son, in a Brabham BT49D.
Christoph had a lot of success in the Legends, Le Mans Legends sports car series in a Lola Aston Martin. Won lots of races, seen him win at Silverstone. And at the moment, it's the Dansenbourgs. The McLaren has gone backwards, and that's Mark Higson. with a louder helmet on, I think.
And that's at the chicane, facing the wrong direction, but he's just doing a 3-point turn.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be able to start. No one's appearing, so he can restart. That's good.
So Werner, the son, Dansenberg from Belgium, in the sublimely, one of the nicest looking racing cars I've ever seen, I think, in the Brabham BT 49D, designed by Gordon Murray, but he's probably getting in a bit of trouble there. Are we seeing it now? What happened?
It was just the driver braking, and he lost it under braking. Of course, there's a bit of a bump at the entrance to the chicane, and you could just get unweighted on that bump and lose control. It's no disgrace. A lot of good drivers have been that way. He goes into the pits. So we've also got Nicholas Halusa out there as well. So quite a number of drivers just waiting for some quick times. We haven't had any quick times, and we're 7.5 minutes into the session.
Yeah, as we said, a lot of cars out there. I think they've got to try and find a space if they can. Werner Dansenberg has come into the pits. Stuart Hall is now shown in second place. But the 3 chrome Lotuses, all slightly different. 82 and 83 cars mainly. They are still looking for it. They're not really featuring yet, which is a big surprise. We'd expect them to be right up there. So
full course yellow.
Oh dear. And Marco Werner was on a quick lap as well. Marco Werner, the 3 times Le Mans winner with Audi, of course, both in the R8 and in the R10 in the diesel. He won with both petrol and diesel. Talked about him earlier in the day. Huge enthusiast, built his own Formula Ford car when he was a kid. Later finished second in the German Formula 3 Championship. Formula Opel, he was second. So everybody just filtering round now. And 16 minutes left, Bob.
Yeah.
Clock, of course, hasn't stopped.
Still not really major times, really quick times yet. Green flag, I'm not awfully certain what that was about. Didn't notice anything on circuit, but we are racing again. We're up to speed, which is good news. And Stuart Hall leading them around. He's second fastest at the moment. But as I say, no really representative times. But he's certainly at the front of the queue of those who are going to set quick times, particularly on this lap.
Well, that's great, as he's got a bit of space in front of him, and I'm sure Stuart gets stuck in. He's been racing since he was a teenager. His success at Le Mans in the past, and see what sort of time he can do.
Marco Werner set a very quick time in the first sector on the previous lap before the full course yellow was imposed. So that was going to be quick, but he wasn't able to complete the lap. So hopefully now he can do so.
I was talking to the team that they called FR Racing, actually, but the team that basically the team that built those 6-wheel Tyrrells. And one of the mechanics I know said, you got this kid Werner, the son, he's really quick. And we didn't see it yesterday in practice so much, but here, he's right there, isn't he? Werner Dansenberg. I mean, look at his sector times. He's pretty well on it. Back in the pits now. Stuart Hall, though, I think is heading towards a pole position time. We're certainly going to put it on the provisional pole. There's Werner. We got another one stopped. In a really tricky place.
Yeah.
That will screw up Stuart Hall's lap. Screw up lots of people's lap.
That's a Williams, and this is...
It might have been Cantillon, actually.
This is happening a little bit too much, isn't it? Every time we go green...
Yeah, and Padmore was on a quickie then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Padmore went fast.
Here it is. No, that's not him. And he just gets a little bit wide, and thankfully, nobody hits him. Everyone goes across the curb. But I'm still not certain who it was. One of the Williamses, as I say. Number 28.
Cantillon. Yeah, that's Cantillon. the Irish colours on his crash helmet.
Yeah, well, that's his second drama in 2 sessions, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And they got a full course yellow. But the clock, of course, keeps ticking to leave less time for these the hot shoes there to get in. I mean, at the moment, Nick Padmore's down in 15th place.
Yeah, yeah. Michael Lyons in 19th. Now, what are they going to do about him? Because he's sitting there. The car's completely undamaged, as far as we know. The crane of Damocles hangs over his head at the moment. So possibly they're going to just crane him out of the way. But at the moment, the marshal's just waiting to make sure everyone knows that the car is immobile in the middle of it's the exit of the swimming pool, the exit.
See, the time's just changed a little bit, though. So Stuart Hall showing fastest now from Marino Franchitti.
Yeah, well, maybe there was a little bit of a blockage.
Yeah.
We weren't getting times because it's Hall, Franchitti, Stretton, Halusa, then Werner Dansenburg, then Ken Tyrrell, Werner, Brooks, Van Eerd, and Christoph Dansenburg. Because all of a sudden, as you say, we got those times.
But we haven't got a representative time from Michael Lyons yet.
Just trying to push start Michael Cantillon's Williams. And he, of course, wants to be push started. He doesn't want to get out of the car, but now he is doing so. And the marshals will remove. That was I thought they were going to crane it away, but obviously it didn't happen.
So in 11th place in this car, which started the season so well, and a victory in Paul Ricard. Not so far from here. And I thought they could have wheeled it round the back of there.
Yeah.
Are they going to crane it away? They're ready with that. I think sort of a minute after they've hooked it up, we're going to be off again, aren't we?
Yeah, yeah. 11 minutes still to go there. The clock is actually continuing to tick down. So they haven't stopped the clock because it's still a full course yellow. It's not a red flag.
Up it goes. Dangles above the circuit. And
just pop it over the Armco. And down it comes again. So we can pretty much go to green again almost immediately with 10 minutes and 20 seconds remain.
Effectively, they might be able to get 4 laps in, 5 laps perhaps.
Should be at least 5 laps. Yep, there we go. We're going green. Back up to speed. Let's hope we don't have any more incidents.
I think we've got 2 of the chrome cars together. That's Marco Werner leading that little group. Maybe you ought to walk up to Casino Square after this, Bob, and have a little look what they did to that garden there. They've obviously got some sort of exposition or something going on. But, and I did think for old time's sake, we might just pop into the tip-top bar. Or is that...
For old time's sake?
Yeah.
Gosh, who might we find in there? Still having a demi.
Yeah. Oh no, so yet again, that's the...
This time it's Alicia.
Sahil Harari.
Sahil Harari in the barrier at San Devot. Oh.
This is just not working well, is it? Nobody can get a lap in.
No. And it just turned in too quickly and into the barrier. Don't know how badly damaged it would be. It was reasonably soft. Oh,
could have damaged the left rear suspension, couldn't it, in an incident like that? It went in relatively hard. See if he can drive it away. And again, clock ticking away. And can they not push it back up there?
They haven't actually put out a yellow flag. It's still green flagged at the moment. So I think there's the crane there. They'll get it craned away pretty rapidly.
Yeah, but I think we're down to probably only 2 or 3 attempts at a lap, aren't we?
Yeah.
So a bit of a stop-start session.
There we go. The marshal signals. It's all hitched up, ready to crane it away. Just need to get the marshals off the circuit, and the yellow flags can come in.
Yeah, I think that says lift.
And Sahil Ayari as well.
Yeah.
So just push it away from the barrier as well to make sure you don't do any more damage to it. And
that one's not quite so well balanced.
No, it's not, is it? This is where you discover how well your car is balanced. Lift it away and onto the little platform that's there, specifically for cars that have ended up in the barrier there.
And many have over the years.
And they have, yeah. Right. Yellow flag goes in.
Let's have another go, see what we can do with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
But again, we're looking for some fast times from Michael Lyons, who's down there in 19th place at the moment.
Yeah, that would make for an interesting race for him.
Would.
And for all of us. So Sahil Ayari out of it. He's back in 25th place. So it's going to be an interesting little race for him.
And the Surrey racer, Nick Padmore, all that experience.
Sussex, if you don't mind.
Sussex, oh, you're just on the other side of the ball. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Hazelmere, is it?
Horsham.
Horsham, right, yeah. So it's really getting a bit squeaky now, isn't it?
Yeah.
With effectively people out of order. So I tell you that William Donsenberg coming again with so little time. I'm surprised he's, when I say William, I meant Werner. Surprised he did that with so little time left. And Stratton's still looking pretty strong. Man has won here 24 years ago, did we say, the first time. He was a winner at the very first race. The man they call from the Midlands, Mighty Mouse. With the Tyrrell being driven by virtually everybody, as far as we could tell.
That very distinctive green helmet on Martin Stratton's.
Can't miss that, can you? Of course, you've got a race preparation business as well, has Martin. Yeah. And smart operator.
So here he comes. What's this going to be? We need a lap time in the 1:30s or beyond. Stratton goes 1:32. Werner goes 1:32. Stratton goes 1:34. Apologies. Lyons goes 1:32. Padmore goes 1:33. 5 minutes to go. So the Chrome cars slot into second, third, and fourth. Stratton in fifth. Franchitti sixth. Halusa seventh. Then Toriba, the Japanese driver, in eighth place. Matthew Hazel in ninth, and Steve Brooks in 10th. Stuart Hall still out in front.
Bit like a Formula One final, 5 minutes, isn't it? This. Yeah. So Stuart Hall will see if he can hang on to the pole. Yeah.
Franchitti there just improving his time, but I don't think he improved his place. Oh, he went ahead of Stratton possibly in 5th place.
So it was Werner who won this one last time from Padmore. And Lyons won it in the past, as we said, with Cantle on second actually that year. But yeah, this is the final few laps, and Werner really pushing hard. He's after Stratton. Look, I wonder if he can find a way past Martin Stratton. And let's see what this lap time is from Marco Werner, 3 times Le Mans winner. And he crosses the line and stays second.
1.5 seconds for Marco Werner behind Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall's got to have something wrong with his transponder. It's not working correctly, but in the Sector 1, we're getting some very strange times. But good times in Sector 2. But Stuart Hall still fastest from Werner, Lyons and Padmore. Then Franchitti, Stretton, Halusa, Mark Hazel in 8th place, Jamie Constable 9th, and Yotaka Toriba in 10th place ahead of Leone, then Christophe Dansenbourg. But improvement there from JB Constable up into 6th place. Less than 3 minutes to go.
Now, can anybody else do something about Stuart Hall? Werner's out. Werner and Lyons did not get a fast Sector 1. Don't think anybody's going to do it this lap, Bob. Maybe they'll just sneak one more lap in after this. Might all change. As you say, we're not sure about Stuart Hall's times now because the computer is doing something rather funny, saying that Sector 1 was 9 minutes, which obviously it wasn't. And Franchitti looking pretty racy now with a very quick Sector 1. Not fastest overall, but I think Franchitti could move up.
Ken Tyrrell is into the top 10. The American Ken Tyrrell in 9th place at the moment. And again, that's a rather strange time as well. It suggests that they're having problems with timing rather than just with Stuart Hall's, because we didn't see the rest of the lap. And of course, we all of a sudden got a rush of times going through as well. Number 27 there, another ex-Alan Jones car. That's Toriba, the Japanese driver, currently in 11th place. 1.5 minutes to go. Hall still fastest from Werner, Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti in 5th, Constable 6th, then Stretton, Halusa, Tyrrell and Hazel. That's the top 10. I'm not sure what's happening about Hazel's time. I don't understand that at all.
I'm sure they'll sort it out. They have backup systems, don't they, for this?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Werner's having a push at the moment. Not seeing any purple sectors at all, are we?
No.
This stop-start session, I thought we might now, but clock ticking away with just a few seconds left of this practice session. And all the action for today. All Stretton locked up then. Went in a bit too deep, but saved it.
Stretton improved his time on that lap, but not his position. So in 7th place, Werner, we don't know about. We'll wait and see. Werner in 2nd place, Lyons 3rd, Padmore 4th, still that same order. Franchitti 5th, and Constable in 6th.
Lyons has made it to the pits now. We don't have a proper time now for Stuart Hall, but we're pretty convinced he is on the pole.
Well, the checkered flag is out.
Yes, so hopefully they'll sort that out. We'll see exactly what the proper time is for Stuart Hall. Obviously something wrong with his transponder. And Werner's still on the fly, you know, Bob.
Yeah, this could be a quick one from Marco Werner.
I don't know how much space he's got. A little bit, I think. Werner, the winner last time this race, ran 2 years ago. There's the checkered flag waving. We haven't even got a Sector 2 time for Werner yet.
So interesting to see exactly how this works out. But Stuart Hall, well, he's going to have a target on his back, isn't he, with all those chrome cars behind him?
It certainly is. And, yeah, no, Werner is not going to pip Stuart. Middle sector, relatively slow. But we don't have a proper time for Hall. We're pretty convinced he's fastest. But we you don't have that. And Werner, 132.153. And
quite a few drivers in the 133s, aren't there? As you mentioned, it's all pretty close together.
Going all the way down to Martin Stretton, aren't you?
Yeah.
In 8th place.
Yeah. And then only, what, 3/10 back to Mark Hazel in 9th. A bit more than that, 1.2 back to Nicholas Halusa in 10th place. And then Christophe Dansenbourg in 11th. But at the moment, as far as we're concerned, it's Stuart Hall fastest from Marco Werner, Mike Lyons, Nick Padmore, then Marino Franchitti in 5th place, Jamie Constable in 6th, Ken Tyrrell in 7th, Martin Stretton in 8th place, 9th is Mark Hazel, and 10th is Nicholas Halusa. That's the top 10. Christophe Dansenbourg in 11th. The Japanese driver Yutaka Toriba in 12th place, and then Leone in 13th, Steve Brooks in 14th, Thor in 15th place, and then the rest of the field. Mike Cantillon will start in 18th place after that spin. That's going to be interesting. That's going to give him an entertaining afternoon, isn't it? And we'll see what he can do from there. He's very much a fighting driver, and we'll see what he can do.
Absolutely. So we'll wait for that session to see the final times, but I think the order that Bob just gave you is correct. Of course, we've got a very early start tomorrow, Bob. First race, 8 o'clock.
What?
Yeah.
I thought it was later than today.
No, first race is at 8 o'clock. It will be the A2 category.
8 o'clock. I'll have to be up before my clothes are on. Yeah, 8 o'clock. You're absolutely right. That's going to wake up a few people, isn't it? So, first race, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah, pretty long day for the marshals as well. Thinking they won't until we finish at 5:40. A bit of break at lunchtime, of course.
And they don't actually talk about any demonstrations tomorrow.
No, I think the Senna one was just for today, wasn't it? Yeah. But there is a break for an hour and 20 minutes just after 1 o'clock. Well, entertaining day, wasn't it? And lots of great action. I mean, the circuit will always provide wonderful action here.
Michael Lyons there in number 11. Third fastest time from him. Second fastest time here from Marco Werner, the German driver, the 2 JPS Lotuses. But on pole position, and I think this will be a bit of a surprise to John McDonald and Mick Ralph. This car, number 15, the March 821, on pole position of Stuart Hall. Grand job. Well done to him.
And not a car he knows well at all. It's not a car, I'm not sure if he's raced it before, but it's certainly not a car he's raced regularly. So, congratulations for that.
So this is the highlights for F1 Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 1981 to 1985.
Yes, and it was really a stop-start session here with the fastest cars of all over the weekend as we look down onto the casino area, and maybe in a moment we'll just have this reprise of what went on earlier. But we will see Stuart Hall, Marco Werner, Michael Lyons, Nick Padmore. But we just confirm we have actually got a time there now for Stuart Hall, which is a 1:30.762. So he had 0.4 of a second in hand over Marco Werner, but the rest of the scores on the doors just cycling through there. And I think we'll have a cracking race tomorrow. As I said, it was a stop-start session. We didn't really see the quick boys getting 2 or 3 laps in together. Sahel Harari, well-known French racing driver, he unfortunately binned it. As we see boats out in the Mediterranean there, others coming into the harbour. And it's this wonderful setting. And just look down at the bottom of your screen, you see the hairpin. Once called the Station Hairpin. But that big hotel
comes de cette série G, un tour absolument incroyable. Et on va justement avoir ses premières réactions. Well, Stuart, thank you for your time. Absolutely amazing lap today for you. You are on pole position for tomorrow. Can you explain how did you this lap?
No, it's just trying to get a clear lap, you know. You know, I kept on getting good sector 1, good sector 2, and then coming across 5 cars, typical Monaco, down at Rascasse. So it was just, I think it was the same for everybody. I'm not sure we maximised it today, so I think there's probably, well, hopefully there's a bit left in the pocket for tomorrow. But it's always nice to be on pole at Monaco, but the job isn't done, is it? So good night's sleep, and tomorrow we'll go again.
That was my next question. Is it something very difficult? The traffic on the track is a street circuit, of course, but the traffic is something very difficult to manage.
Yeah, traffic, I mean, yeah, I'll be political here, but it was difficult today. It's really difficult. You know, when the closing speeds through certain sectors are huge, and you just got to be vigilant. You know, we've already had one incident where my teammate got taken out by a back marker yesterday, which was not his fault at all. So, you know, we've got to be really vigilant, but, you know, luckily we had a good session. You know, got the pole, so we'll look forward to tomorrow.
Tomorrow it will be a hard day with the heat, with the sun. How do you feel about tomorrow? Do you think it's going to be the good day for the win?
Yeah, heat-wise, it's not a problem. I come from the tropical climate of the UK, so yeah, heat-wise, it's not too bad. But yeah, you know, I think I've got 3 chrome cars lined up behind me, and they finished 1, 2, 3 2 years ago. So definitely got our work cut out. You know, this is the first time we've run a ground effect car, so we're learning all the time. But we're just going to take it in our stride. You know. Do the start tomorrow, see where we are after lap 1, and take it from there. It's a long race. Tyre management is going to come into play. You've got to manage the car as well, you know, with the manual gearbox and everything. You don't want to keep everything good. So yeah, we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Stuart. Congrats for your pole position here in Monaco. Et au public qui nous entend, merci d'applaudir Stuart Hall, poleman ici pour la série G, et également forcément dans le chat. Merci beaucoup aussi d'applaudir Stuart pour la pole position ici de cette série G. Là, il a les meilleurs moments de cette séance de qualification.
So Stuart confirming that he's not raced this car before, and it's not a golf car. And I noticed he had a new race suit on with Rothmans and so on, so we must check out what the story is with that. But certainly very effective piece when it shows what a quick driver Stuart Hall still is, that he can climb into a car. Like I said, you know, he's never driven a ground effect car before like that. As we just have a reprise of that practice session. As Stuart said, a pretty difficult session, kept coming across slower cars. And of course, a big field, 26 cars out there. But some disparity amongst the speeds of some of the runners. And there is Hall in the number 19, formerly Rothman-sponsored March. Around that tight heavy. Look at those curbs, Bob. Do you remember that for this circuit, those used to be curbs that are straight? Yes, this is Series D. This is Series G, Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, 3 Lotus, 1981 to 1985. Early stages of qualification, but the man that was fastest all through the session was Stuart Hall, and staying in front of the 3 chrome cars, which last time they ran this race, ran 1, 2 and 3. They had various incidents. There the Christophe Dansenberg Williams FW 07 diving through. We had cars in the pits with problems, a bit worried with the transmission. Now had the Masters ace, Mike Cantillon, turning it around, and then we had a full course yellow.
Yes, to try and recover that car, which was eventually recovered, thankfully undamaged, but it had to be recovered and craned out of the way. Number 15 there, Marco Werner in second place, and all the time he was perhaps being held up by slower cars. Very difficult with Ken Tyrrell. And then we had in third place Michael Lyons in number 11. But we also had a little bit of an incident down there at Saint-Devote with the Ligier of Sahil Ayari. But these cars very, very nimble and agile. And around this circuit, absolutely perfectly suited. So Hall from Werner, Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti and Constable, they were the first 6 when the checker flag came out for the end of the session. Number 5 there was Martin Stretton, who has been on the podium 5 times in the first 5 events. Oh, that was so close from Stuart Hall, nearly brushed the barrier, but the checker flag came out and Stuart Hall was at the top of the timing sheet.
So a bit of a debrief going on there down in the Rofco pit. There's the harbour, and I think for now, for me, Andrew Marriott, from Bob Constantius, we're going to say goodbye, but we'll be up bright and early tomorrow for the 8 o'clock start. Hope to see you then. Goodbye.